King Ghosty, I was here first. Boo.
Good boy.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Joseph Ineson was not first. Try again next time.
Welcome back. Looks like there are others out there in need of help. Ready for you. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Kolapokayam 93 just resubscribed for 3 months at tier 1.
Welcome back. Looks like there are others out there in need of help. Looks like there are others out there in need of help. Looks like there are others out there in need of help. Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
What are you doing? Get the fuck up. I thought you said you were deadly. Hurry up. You got shit to do.
I've got some jobs ready for you. Looks like there are others out there in need of help. I've got some jobs ready for you. Looks like there are others out there in need of help. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Maple underscore just raided with 4 views.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Super Positive just traded with 1 views.
Welcome back.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. How's everybody doing? Welcome on in. I'm gonna be completely honest. I hope everything is working okay, because I don't even really know.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
I deleted and downloaded and deleted and downloaded OBS so many times it's not even funny. We are now on Streamlabs OBS, and I'm gonna be also completely honest, I kind of hate it. I kind of hate it, genuinely. More so that I can't control my OBS layout as much as I would like to. Like, it's a little bit frustrating, because I can't move certain
Nightmare,
things.
nightmare,
Can't move certain
nightmare,
things.
nightmare,
And it also
nightmare.
made me start YouTube at the same time as I started the purple place. So we're live on YouTube as well. If anybody wants to go say hi on YouTube, leave a like, leave a comment, and all that. I think everything is merged in the chat. I should be able to see all the chats at the same time, in theory. In theory. So there's that. I'm gonna have to get used to just starting them both at the same time because I don't know how to start them separately now. So yeah, at some point maybe hopefully we'll get, you know, the clock app added as well, but I couldn't get it to let me log in. You know, fun stuff. Fun stuff. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Raiders, thank you so much. Maple, you heckin' cutie patootie. Guys, go follow Maple. Incredible Indigenous streamer. Please go show Maple lots of love. Lots and lots of love. Maple, it's so good to see you. I hope you had an incredible stream. Please let us know when you're streaming next. Let us know how stream went. It's so good to see you. Also, super positive. I see you came in here with a raid too. Please let us know when you're streaming next as well, and how stream went. And guys, please go give Positive lots of love. You already know Positive is an incredible member of the community here, and we adore them. So go show them lots of love. Let me make sure I can pull all of this up on my phone. Okay, yeah, it does look like YouTube is up. So cool beans. Cool beans. My goodness. Ghosty, congrats on the first. Scully, congrats on the 69th. You have 8 kinky coins, Scully. 8 kinky coins. Emmy, enjoy your sanity. Scully, enjoy your Wraith wrap. iPod, enjoy that Glory Hole milkshake. Missy, enjoy your Onryo spice tea. Jeffrey, enjoy your yokai latte. Happy Pride. Yes, happy Pride, guys. Happy Pride. I can't believe it's already June. That is insanity. Absolute insanity. But here we are. Here we are. June already. Right? Right? Zach, welcome in. Welcome back. Twyla, enjoy that chai tea, Mulroy. How are you, Bullful? I love you. I love you. Vampy Emmy, welcome in. Anna Banana, welcome in. Enjoy your Goulet. How are you? I thought you said you were dead. Listen, I did say I was deadly, Nala. I did. And I am. Are you? Jeffrey, enjoy your Americano incense. I love you. Hi, KP. Jenny, enjoy your Flat White Zombies. Jenny, I mailed your Mother Gooseberry today. Mother Gooseberry is on the move. Mother Gooseberry is in the mail, Jenny. She's in the mail. How you doing, Nala? Yes, Sylvan, yes. No,
Amber
Jeffrey
the
is
Rambler
hot.
just resubscribed for 19 months.
Jeffrey is
at
hot.
tier
Pass
1.
it on. I see you.
Shana's
Okay,
a
yeah.
famous hottie.
My chat's
Pass it on.
emerged. My chat's emerged. Look at this. Oh my god, this is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy up in here. We're gonna be able to have like a purple and red fight with the little icons and everything. You guys are gonna be able to battle it out between the purple place and the red place. Who shall win? Who shall win? Amber, no you. No you, Amber. I love you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the tier 1 for 19 heckin' months. That's insane. That's insane! I love you.
Nightmare,
love you,
nightmare,
Amber.
nightmare, nightmare,
Oh my goodness.
nightmare, nightmare.
My goodness. Ohio! How are you? Shana's tinky. Shana not tinky. Shana had a shower today. Shana just can't wear makeup still. I still can't wear makeup yet. Hopefully soon. Hopefully in the next couple days we'll be able to. The skin on my eyebrow is still very like raw. It's still very, it's baby skin now. It's baby skin. She raw. She raw. So I'm afraid to put anything on it. Jojo is a lovely human. Freedom is here. Hi, Freedom. Please go follow Freedom if you haven't. Dropping supercharged positive energy into your day. I need it, man. I've been, it's been rough. It's been rough. And just low energy too. We're trying though. We're trying. We're here. You know. We're trying. British Demon, hello, lovely. It's good to see you. You exist, so it's working so far. Listen. I'll take it. Technology, am I right? No, for real, Zach. It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle fighting with technology and getting things to work and just like, I'm so over it. I'm so over it. I'm ready for some Phasmophobia. I'm ready for hanging out with you guys. I'm ready for the fun. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Sabine Go just resubscribed for 43 months at tier 1.
I love you,
your
Sabina.
face.
I love you, Sabina. Meld won't work with my audio for one. And for two, I tried to set it up the other day and it was giving me issues running. What was it giving me issues? I think it was giving me issues. It won't work Vodka's camera. They don't have a plugin for Droid Cam, which is what I use with Vodka's camera because I use an old iPhone. So we wouldn't have Vodka Cam anymore. And I didn't even get a chance to test my audio when I realized I'd set up like all my scenes and everything and Vodka Cam wouldn't work. So I was like, nope, no Vodka Cam, no Meld. So it was Ixnade real quick. Vodka snacks. You got it. You got it. Look at that pretty girl. Look at that pretty girl right there. She said, I heard my name. I heard my name. I heard that you want me. Of course. Of course. Oh, goodness. How's everybody doing? Hi, Missy. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. 10? 10 what? 10 what? Was that it was F around and find. Oh, okay. So in the chat, it just shows me 10. It doesn't show me what that was for. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna have to make note of that with this, but that's okay. You got death. The ghost is hunting. I hope you have somewhere to hide. Definitely gonna have to make note of that. Interesting that it doesn't show me what that is for. It just shows me what you said. That's so weird. No, you guys are hot. You stop it. Scully, hi on YouTube. I'm absolutely not famous. I am absolutely very unfamous. Very unfamous, actually. Amber, I love you the most. Guys, did you see Amber's new picture on Instagram today? Hold on. If you haven't, I'll show you. If you haven't, let me be the first to show you. Let me be the first to show you. Hold on. I got you, actually.
Joseph Inessen gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Jojo, thank you for the gifted. You didn't have to do that. Excuse you. Sullivan, not you too.
Sullivan gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows. Ghosts, we have a hype train.
Guys, what? You guys know it's Thursday. It's Thursday. Why are we hype training? It's Thursday. Hold on, I gotta log in. I gotta log into Instagram so that way you guys can see Amber's beautiful face. I got logged out of like literally everything today. When I opened my computer. What's up with that? Wrong authenticator app. Why do I have like 12 authenticator apps for everything?
Driscully6040D gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
You didn't have to do that. We do have a cute little badge that if you do 5 gifted, or I think it's like 5 recurring this month, you get a cute little prize badge. Did I say prize? Pride. Wow. I can speak English sometimes. Sometimes I can. Let me see, hold on. Let's see.
It is advised you immediately.
Sullivan gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the community.
Thank you for the 5.
Congratulations
Did you get your badge,
to the new
Sullivan?
ghosts. Enjoy
get
your
your
stay
cute
at
badge?
Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Your pride badge.
Wow, I love you guys.
Look how gorgeous Amber looks here. Hold on. I need you guys to see this. I need you guys to see this. I don't think YouTube can see it, unfortunately. You're gonna have to come to the purple place if you want to see this. I need to set up a scene for this on YouTube. Look how gorgeous she is. Stunning. Stunning. Hot mama right here. Gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Stunning. Like, this looks like a album, like a musical album cover. Does it not? Does it not look like a musical album cover? Fully. Fully. Vodka is the cutest. Also, hi, Cowboy. It's so good to see Cowboy. Why doesn't... Okay, listen, hold on. I need to make sure you get added to my shoutouts real quick. We're going to do that as soon as we're done admiring Amber. As soon as we're done admiring Amber, you're going to get added to my auto shoutouts. Are we not playing Follow the Leader? Please, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Jade, hello, welcome in. Welcome in, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. We don't need to spoil Shana. We don't need to spoil Shana. That's not what this is about. Hillary, thank you for the I love you biddies. I love you. I love you, Amber. Or I love you, Amber. I do love you, Amber. I love you, Hillary. I love you, Hillary. I was looking at Amber's face. Listen, I'm sorry. YouTube is missing. Is it Tasher? Tasher?
Shoo.
Who's Tasher?
Boiling Shana and also Pride Woo.
This is Amber. This is Amber. Amber the Rambler. Amber the Rambler. She's hot. She's so hot. It's literally Amber. It's literally Amber. It's literally Amber. Literally. Has to be done. We gotta do it to him. Saf, thank you for the 300 biddies. You didn't have to do that either. Also, Pride. Woo! That double bass, though! Need this in Beat Saber? Oh my god, that would be crazy. That would be crazy, Saf. Someone could probably do it. And also, I see that we hit our 10 subs, so Vodka's gonna get a PUP CUP. She had one out and about today, but we'll give her one now too. I need a second one. I need a second one. Album drops May 82, 2069. Sign me up. I'll be there. I got play along. Oh, we're a little offbeat. We're a little offbeat. That's okay. That's okay.
Ikmida just resubscribed for 41 months. A tier 1.
Kimmy, thank you for the tier 1 for 41 heckin' months. That's also insane. That is also in heck insane. Holy sheesh. Holy sheesh. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing to me? What are you doing to me? What is even happening? What is even happening? Oh my goodness. People can play Dark Souls on dance mats. I'm sure someone can do just about anything. Probably. I mean, it's like all the like ones that people used to port into like DDR and stuff, right? Yeah. Spoiling Shana, spoiling Vodka, do it for the puppers. I mean, that is true. Spoiling Shana is spoiling Vodka. This is true. This is very true. Very true. Jade, how are you? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Please make sure you're following my Jade if you have not. If you have not. So are you positive? I missed you guys. I really did. It's just, God. Life has been hard, man. It's been hard. The energy's been hard, you know? We're trying. Tungia's World, how are you? How you doing, Ash? Shana's drinking my favorite flavor energy drink. The grape is your favorite. It's really good. Have you had the hydration in this too? Tired but hanging in there. I freaking feel that. Freaking feel that. This time of year is really tough on me. If anybody else suffers from any kind of chronic illness, you know that most of the time you have different times of year that are harder than others for various reasons, right? And I don't know what it is about, like, when it gets to being like close to summer and things like that, but like I just can't. Summer and like the weather and I just can't. I can't. My body's like, nope, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. Here's a migraine. Here's another migraine. How about a migraine? It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. And it just like drains all my energy on top of that. So, if you've not had the hydration, highly recommend the hydration. It's very good as well. It's very good as well if you can get your hands on it. As far as the energy, that's my favorite. And the cran grape. The cran grape is really good too. It's really good too. Happy Pride. Yes, happy Pride. If you guys get the special Pride badge, I did draw that. I drew this one myself. I designed it myself. If anybody wants to see what it is, hold on. I can bring up a picture of it and show you guys. Did I delete? Oh, I deleted it. Hold on. I gotta resave it from my desktop. Let me resave it on my desktop so you guys can actually see it. 'Cause I don't know if you can see it put me there. Let me see. Let me open this. I don't even need to save it. I'll just open it in Discord. There we go. There we go. I did draw this. This my art. It might be a little cursed, but it's not as cursed as some of the cursed art, you know? So you can get this badge. We also have special Pride emotes right now. Some of them stay year round. Some of them only come out during Pride month because unfortunately I don't have enough emote slots to keep all of them all the time. But you can get this badge right now. You'll have all month to get it. So I set the time limit for the entire month. That way, there's plenty of time for everybody to get it if they wanted to. But I thought it was cute because it's like coffee for the cafe and Pride, which we love, you know. And then we also, you know, if you got the vodka badge, you can change between those two. So, yeah, it's fun stuff. It's fun stuff. So, in theory, that should work. In theory. Go to the neurologist tomorrow. Had a weird pre-migraine for like 2 weeks, Hillary. That's rough. That's rough. Same. Is it this time of year for you too, Amber? What is it with the time of year? Pressure changes. I know here the pressure changes and the weather cause a lot of people migraines. I think it is. I think it's a lot of the pressure changes. There's just like a lot of like things moving in the atmosphere. It's also the time of year when like hurricane season starts. So, you know, there's all kinds of things going on out there, and some of it like we're not even aware of half the time, right? But I've heard about the Chinook winds and stuff up there at Kemi, and how rough they are for people who get migraines too. So yeah, the constant of AC, it makes me sleepy for some reason. I live in Florida, dude. We constantly need AC here year round. So yeah, you know. Oh my God. Purple, I cannot read your name in the stream elements. In the stream elements multi-chat? Holy crap. I have to highlight to read your name, Purple. I was like, who is this? It's black on black. I don't know what that says. I had to highlight you to read what your name said. Oh my god, it's so good to see you, Purple. How are you? How are you? That is so funny, especially with the hide emote. Wait. That is freaking hilarious. Freaking hilarious. Oh my god. You love the badge? Thanks, guys. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like. Look at all those pride emotes Ghosty has. Ghosty got all those pride emotes. Let's go. Let's go. If you got pride emotes, let me see them. Let me see all your pride emotes. Never enough emotes. There really is never enough emote slots. And then every once in a while, they'll be like, we're giving everybody one more. And everybody's like, yes! So we all celebrate collectively. It's great. It's great. Cloud, hello, beautiful. Guys, please make sure you're following my Cloud. My caffeinated Cloud, if you have not Cloud. I don't know if you've seen my Steam name. But I also am caffeinated right now. How are you? Follow my Indigenous Goddess Caffeinated Cloud if you have not. Super welcome in. How are you today? The trees try to kill me. The air pressure is in May is historically terrible. Right? Right? Now I'm drained heading into summer. I don't know. Amber. Let's run away together. Let's run away. Let's run away. As someone born and mostly raised in Florida, I could never live in a house without AC and no, exactly. I literally have a fan like aiming in my room right now because my room is both the hottest and coldest room in the house. I don't know what it is, depends on the time of year, but it's so hot in here, and I have to like
Sarada
pull
Minist just
AC from the rest
resubscribed
of the
for 3
house.
months at tier 1.
It's so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Missy, thank you for the biddies, by the way. And also Sarah. Thank you for the tier 1. For the 3 months. I love you. I love you. Guys, make sure you're following Sarah if you have not. Also caffeinated, for those who don't know. Does gay cockroach count? Wait, that is actually fantastic. Gay cockroach definitely counts. We stan a gay roach. We stan a gay roach. I'm here for it. Not mine, but a favorite. Oh my god, that's so cute. No, it doesn't have to be yours. Anybody's pride emotes. If you have pride emotes in your library to use, I want to see all the pride emotes. I want to see all the pride emotes. That's so cute though, Amber. Do you like celebrating your dog's birthday besides the weather? Yes, I did. Have you been? I've been okay. Life's been trying me, but we've been okay. Oh, did you really, Storm? That's exciting. What are you streaming? What are you playing? We're caffeinated sisters. We are. Look at all those emotes from Cloud and Solvin. Wait, these are cute. These are so cute. I love them. Oh my god. Twig's freaking pride emote is freaking amazing. It's freaking amazing. I love her. I love her. All the maple leaf ones, cute.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Oh my god, wait, is this a cat? Wait, that's so cute. I really like the cat. All the flags from Jeffrey, let's go. Yes, I saw that you said you put all the flags, which is so good. So good. I usually have all the like little moving ghosties and all the different ones, but I don't have room for them. So frustrating. So frustrating. I couldn't bring myself to get rid of enough of the animated emotes. I couldn't do it.
I've got some jobs ready.
Thank you for the lurk, Orion. Go get that dinner prep done. Look at Evie's. Oh my gosh. So cute. So cute. I love you, Sarah. Oh my god. Look at all the rainbows. Oh my god, the Gengar. Yes, yes. Yes, we love it. We love to see it.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Gonna have to make an emo and Tartai. I mean, Sylvan. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. Oh, I love the lips. I love the lips. Gonna have to do some pride emote this year. Pride makeup too this year. So we'll see what we do. I want to try and do some different stuff than what I've done in the past. So we'll see. Eli, enjoy your twin tarts. Add another to the list, right? Right? Lilith, enjoy your Hansu cold brew. Ooh, look at Ghosties pride emote. Let's go. Had to get rid of half my emotes so I can have every single. No, it's fair. It's fair. So many to make. Yeah, you do. The Wazda keys are going to. Oh my god, you're actually going to make them an emote? Or is it going to be animated to where they like. You know, WASD? Or are you going to have it like WASD animate? Or were you just going to do it as like a flat emote? You could make the Wazda pride emote. It could be rainbow.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
The pinky on the A. I cannot with you. I cannot with you. Need you to do an emote with a pinky on your A. That is required, Solvin. Please. Please. Are you still practicing? Are you still practicing the normal Wazda? It's lore now? No, truly. Truly it is. You know who else plays like that though, Solvin? You know, one of my best friends refuses to Wazda. Absolutely refuses. Has stuff rebound with her mouse
Nightmare.
and
Nightmare.
everything.
Nightmare. Nightmare. Nightmare.
Because she refuses
Nightmare.
to Wazda. And when we were at TwitchCon, it made things extra challenging for her when we were at the Phasmo booth. And we are judging my pinky A. Listen, we are because she knows. She knows. Crashly K plays with her pinky on the A. Crashly K refuses to Wazda. It's going well. How are you doing, Rexy? She refuses to Wazda. She refuses to Wazda. Crashly, what in the world? I know. Listen, we love Crashly, but she refuses to Wazda. She refuses. She just can't do it. It's an epidemic. It's an epidemic. I know. But listen, Solvin is learning, and I'm so proud of Solvin for learning. I told my husband, and he was like, wait, what? How? That seems so inefficient. It is so inefficient. Nikki, enjoy your morning mocha. At least I was willing to try to Wazda. I just didn't learn it right. You didn't learn it right. And neither did she. But she's been gaming that way for so long, too, that, it's how she does it. And she's got, like I said, she's got her mouse rebound. Like, everything is bound differently. And because of it, though, like, it makes it hard for her to play games where she can't rebind controls. So, you gotta learn to Wazda. Nikki, how are you? How'd they play before learning Wazda? Pinky on the A. So, like, the way you would normally type. You know how you type with, like, you put your pinky A, S, D, F, right? So then you would, I guess, do pinky and then ring finger on the W? Is that how you would do it? So, yeah. Also, how you doing, Lilith? It's good to see you. Guys. Go follow Lilith if you haven't.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Ring on the W, middle to pick things up. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Am I doing everything wrong? Wait, Amber.
Stop talking to it.
Are you a pinky on the A person? Amber, no! Amber! Ring finger on the A. Amber, I had lessons. I had lessons with Solvin. I had a special camera set up. I used Vodka's camera and set it up so Solvin could see my keyboard. And we sat and practiced AWSD with our ring thing. Oh my god. Amber, please. Amber, please. Amber, please. It'll change your life. Practice it. Wazda with the ring finger, the middle finger, and the pointer finger only. The pinky belongs on the shift. The pinky belongs on the shift. It belongs on the shift, Amber. The shift, Amber. The pinky does do a lot of work. You know, shift, caps lock, tab, control. I mean, it does do a lot of work. Oh my god. Is pinky on the A? That is how I type. I mean, if I type, yes. If I'm typing, I switch back. But if I'm playing, my ring finger is on A. If I'm typing, you just move. It's an easy shift to go from like typing to playing. You know what I mean? All you gotta do is boop 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 boop. It's an easy shift. It's not that hard. The type to play movement is very simple. It's very simple, you see. Never control, I palm that. Oh yeah, you palm it, Amber? Tell me more. Tell me more about how you palm it. Yeah? Leigh, enjoy your ghost energy. Leigh, your monkey paw is on the way. Your monkey paw is on the way. Brittany is back, and yet again she has lost her family. Wait, what do you mean, British Demon? What do you mean? Would the pinky really be shifty? It do be, Grim. It do be. It do be. Wazda, but middle finger? Wait, you put your middle finger? Where? Where, Missy? Is that real? Is that real? Eli.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Eli, why you curse us? Eli, why you curse us so? Eli, I thought we had made some kind of amends with one another. Here, I thought we had moved on from this. Say it ain't so, Eli. Say it ain't so. Eli has cursed all of us today. And Eli's curses. We have fallen. And maybe we trust. I don't know. Thank you, Eli. No, that's fair. That's fair. You do type more than you game. Why would you move? I'm just trying to place my pinky on A. Makes my brain hurt when typing. I mean, it's proper typing form. There's like, I don't know. That's how they teach you to type in school. And I think that like it's supposed to be more efficient. I don't know if it actually is, but that's how I learned to type when I was in school. I type really fast too, so I don't know. A really bad pinky that locks up, so can't use my pinky for long to game, so I tend to switch my shift and control keybinds to use my mouse and run and crouch. I didn't used to be able to do that, Lilith. I recently upgraded my mouse, so now I have a good mouse. And I can now crouch with my mouse, but I didn't used to be able to. You and Solvin should share stories, not in front of the chat. Alright. Jojo, close those ears. Yeah, no, that really must suck. We need hand picks. Ash, please. Please, not bringing back the hand picks. Not bringing back the hand picks. Oh my god. Alright, so my fingers don't always want to cooperate. Sometimes gotta switch things around on bad pain days. That's fair. That's fair. Enjoy that Macchiato Myling Claw. Have to lurk. So got it done now. I love your face, Eli. I love your face, Eli. Thank you for the lurk. You crazy bean. Could do almost everything on my Wazda, just not sprint to the left. Well, now you can do everything. Now you can do everything. Hi, Moon Daddy. That wasn't me. No, it wasn't. It was Evil Eli. Sounds good. Rum. Hopefully rum doesn't ruin it. Then again, I'm more for coffee right now. Listen, I love coffee. Do you type with the orange covers over the keyboard in typing class? I don't remember the orange covers over the keyboard in typing class. So I didn't take just a typing class, but we learned typing in one of my computer classes, and I basically got to skip past it because when I was at home with my computer in one of my like adventures games, I think it had like a typing thing, and so I learned to type from that, and so I already knew how to type. And so I went and took the test already and just like passed it, and it was fine. And they were like, okay, well, you don't have to worry about it. You can move on to the next thing. I'm gonna see Scary Movie 6 on Saturday. Ooh, you'll have to let us know how it is. I would love to see it. I don't know if we're gonna get to see it this weekend or not. I did talk to Ghosty about it, but I don't know. Take your Zyrtec before you go. Yeah, everybody's having allergy issues, so. What do you mean I'm goated, Ghosts? What do you mean? No. Learn to play, type playing World of Warcraft, so I use only my pointer finger to type, but I can type fast as heck in between battles. There you go. Mine is due to me popping it out of place and breaking it. Oof. So the joint tends to either locked up or bend the opposite way. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen, for sure. For sure. That's crazy. Use my middle finger on WASD, but my ring finger on Q for some reason.
Welcome back.
I mean, you could use Q for like different things. I don't know. Because sometimes you have to reach Q. So that could make sense. I don't know. I don't know. Always type my pinky on shift, and it stays that way while gaming or typing. I write a lot of code at work. Type fairly quick. I cannot move my hands to readjust. And I type without even looking at the keyboard most of the time. Interesting, Graham. Well, if it works for you, it works for you. Half the time I'm smacking the keyboard. I don't know what's going on. Amber's just over there like bap, 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 using her head too. Middle pointer, thumb on WASD, pinky on space. What can I say? Shana's hands. Please, Ash. Oh my god. You're crazy. Crazy. Oh my god. I love you. I love you. Avi, enjoy your mere matcha. Nonsense today. I'm having white beer with straw. Ooh, wait, that sounds really good. I didn't even know white beer was a thing. That's a thing? Wait, I need that. You know, we're doing it to him. We're doing it to him, Claude, because that's all we know how to do. That's all we know how to do. Cammy, hi, it's good to see you. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in, guys. Go follow Cammy if you haven't. Our P100 nurse, artist extraordinaire, incredible being. We love Cammy. We love Cammy. Go show them lots of love. A really bad procrastinator in high school, so essentially learned to type in the dark. Oh, that's fine. Classic math. Oh, if I could only see the computer screen, Mom wouldn't know I was up. You know what? I think we all had that logic at some point. I think we all had that logic at some point. IT brothers. Listen, we have so many people here who are in IT in some way. I love that. Never heard of white beer, but sounds good. Twisted tea. Ooh, look at you, Sash. Let's go.
I bet you thought you'd
Typing on RuneScape Trading World. Oh my god. Hi, Urk. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Sprite. It's good to see you. Learning coding in the 2000s, RuneScape and MySpace. Oh my god, yes. Mm-hmm. So true. So true. Scully wins number 6. Number 6, my lord. 3, 4, 5, 6. Scully. Scully. May Scully rest in peace. 07s. 07 Scully. Enjoy your 69 seconds in purgatory. Enjoy your choking. Oh my goodness. Weissbier is popular in Bavaria. I hope I said that right. Very cool. Do it to him. You know we had to do it to him. You know we had to do it to him, Amber. Amber gets it. Amber gets it. Of course, Cam. Of course. Been low-key week and haven't been playing much DBD, but it's been nice to take a little break. Take a break from DBD. Do we need to have an intervention? Are you okay? Are you feeling
Nightmare,
okay?
nightmare,
Just kidding.
nightmare,
Just kidding.
nightmare.
No, that's fair.
nightmare,
Sometimes you need a
nightmare.
break. Sometimes you need a break. Sometimes you need one. Done an RP for you if I haven't seen. No, I haven't. My stuff is not. I've got to get used to Streamlabs. Hold on. I gotta get used to Streamlabs. Oh, is that where it said Brittany is back and yet again she lost her family? Okay, I didn't realize that was a role play. I was confused when you said that. I was like, what do you mean she's back and she lost her family? Okay. I didn't realize that was a channel redeem because it's not, it doesn't show me in Streamlabs. That was a channel redeem and not just a chat. And not just a chat. So, hold on. Let me add that to my notes here. Phasmophobia Q for British demon. I can spell, I swear. Okay. There we go. Bye-bye. Grew up on computers, so I know how they work most of the time. I'd like to think that I do, and then I run into a problem and I get overwhelmed and frustrated. You know. You know. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. I'm not gonna be able to stay. Glad to see you back. Have a great stream. I hope you have a good night. Love you, Irk. I hope you're doing well. I miss you. Oh, some of the songs in this playlist are from Cult of the Lamb, Saf. So that might be why. That might be why. I said it correctly. Let's go. Let's go. Hi, Bubbas. How are you? Guys, go follow my Bubbas if you haven't. If you haven't. Intervention. We brought you here today to say you haven't been playing enough video games. Enough Dead by Daylight, specifically. The Troll King. I mean, he kind of is. He kind of is. Just like that, I'm back like Jesus. She has risen. She has risen. Thought me and Trizit are the Troll King. Uh-oh. We have several Troll Kings, I think. I was reassured in my DVD break when I played a few games yesterday, and Legion tunneled and stream sniped me with 3 alt accounts. Holy shit. Then emailed me telling me I was trash.
Listen up.
Emailed you?
Today is a huge milestone in your life.
Wait.
As you will all embark on a monumental journey.
Never in my life, Cam,
Will be put to the test.
have I had
Venture out in the open
someone
world
from
on your own.
a game
Each of you have your own goals.
go so far as to
Adventure.
email me
Instructors of what your original goals are. You can seek out new
afterward to
goals.
tell me what?
Once you completed your goals, return here for a thorough evaluation. Until then, you are dismissed and good luck on your journey, student.
Did you like notate what the account was so you can report them in some way? Because I feel like that should be reportable. I feel like that's harassment and should be reportable. You know? I sent a photo, look at the label. Oh. Sylvan, that look fancy. That look hella fancy. And delicious. And delicioso. Wait. Gimme. Sylvan, share. Sylvan, share. Excuse? That sounds so good. Sounds so good. Can we not click links on mobile? You know, I've noticed when I was on mobile that sometimes you can't. And sometimes you can, and I don't know why. And I don't know if it's a recent change to like protect people or not. So I don't know, Saf. Saf, what link are you trying to click? What link are you trying to click? I'll get distracted by all the accents. Oh my god. Scully's accent is so cute. If you guys haven't watched my latest YouTube video, by the way, Scully's in it. You can listen to her accent the whole time. It's so cute. Asked him to sign them up for an email bomb, but then I was like, nah, but I thought about it. I mean, if I knew how to do that, I would do that to people if they did that kind of stuff to me. But I feel like that would also maybe bring me bad karma, so maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I wouldn't. One time Jinka said last match, I thought to myself, time to be a troll to Jinka and Joseph. One time? One time, Claw? Yeah, one time. I don't believe you. I don't believe you for 2 seconds. Hi, Ray. How are you? Welcome in. It's good to see. Ray, I have a question. Ray, I know you play games, obviously. Do you stream? Ray, do you stream? Because I've never asked. Do you stream? I know you've done tournaments for like DBD and stuff, but do you stream? At least Scully actually has a nice accent. Jojo, you have a nice accent as well. Shut up. Swear I gotta send you a Sylvan care package one day. Sour Patch Kids and Vice Beer. Only if you can get past the tariff somehow, because I just sent a friend in Canada a package, and for a little bit of package that had like no weight to it at all, shipping was like 20 bucks without the extra tariffs added. So stupid. So stupid. Twitch Mobile is evil. It needs a no, it does. It absolutely does. I understand some of the changes to like make it more similar to TikTok, because the TikTok UI is very friendly, but like they need I don't know, they need to make some changes. Oh, the link you put in chat, Ghosty?
Welcome back.
I don't know why she wouldn't be able to click on it then. That's so weird. That's so weird. I do not know. Which is weird. Quick reminder to follow fake Shana. It's a scam account on Discord. Oh my god. Or don't follow. Don't. I thought you said to follow. Yeah, don't follow my scam account on Discord. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, I think the announcement links, it won't let you click. I think. My whole last stream was just harassing Scully about the hot accent, I swear. And you know, it's valid. Trizit managed to increase your awareness to trolls. Oh my god. Just started a week after your training. Wait, really? Ray, that's amazing. That's amazing. We need to make sure we go. Guys, please go follow Ray. If you haven't, then. Ray, have you gotten affiliated? Or are we still working on that? Let me make sure I follow you. Happy Pride, Rad. Also, please, guys, go follow Rad if you have not. Amazing bean right there. You guys will love Rad. Rad and I played together in the tournament last weekend. Heckin' adore them so much. Heckin' adore them so much. All right, I followed you, Ray. Guys, please go follow Ray as well. Follow in my footsteps. Follow Ray, follow Rad. Go do it. Let me give the big shout out as well to both of them. We'll do a little, there's gonna be a little cooldown, but there's Ray's. If you see the heart, hug it. Please. A few times I was a troll to Joseph and Jinka. Okay, plus it makes the game more fun. And Paige back for traumatizing me. Please. Please. Okay. I'll find out how much it is. Okay. Yeah, if like I said, only if it's not too expensive, because it can be really pricey. It can be really pricey. Yes, go follow Ray, go follow Rad, go do it, go do it. I wonder if fake Shana and fake Amber the Rambo are holding hands somewhere. I bet they are. I bet the fake Amber and Shana and Cooper are all holding hands by the beach somewhere, laughing as they try to scam people. Such goobers. Such goobers. My goodness. How are you doing, Rad? It's so good to see you. Happy Pride. Happy Pride. Still working on that. I think I need the average viewers per stream for it. Okay. You'll get there. You'll get there. Don't give up. If you haven't already, if you have other socials, start posting clips and things like that on other socials, because it makes a huge difference. I've been a slacker. I need to get back on it. Start doing it. Start doing it. It makes a huge difference. It's just the announcements. Yeah, I don't know what it is, the announcements on mobile. It's very weird. Rad's pretty cool, not gonna lie. Yeah, if Ghosty likes somebody too, that's a huge deal, because I'm just saying, if Ghosty likes somebody, you know you've won. You know you've won. I adore you, Rad. Rad, did you change your profile picture on Discord, by the way? I was scrolling through my DMs today looking for somebody, and I saw your profile picture look different. Following Ray and Rad. Good choices. Good choices. Yes, hit all the hearts. Fill them up. Gambling with friends? What is that? What is that, Saf? No, I haven't seen that. Played the new Phasmo, and I understood nothing. Rad. We need to play together. We need to play together. We'll have to figure out a time when you're free. Make sure you're awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. I swear. I swear. Never been on socials, to be honest, but I will. Currently, I have like 2 clips on YouTube and a few saved to my PC. Maybe I'll do a compilation at some point. Work on it. Work on it. They say it like I'm a bad person who doesn't like anyone. No. I don't think it's not that you're a bad person who doesn't like anybody. I just think that you are a hard sell when it comes to people, and that's not a bad thing. It's like you take your time to decide whether or not you like somebody, and your evaluation of 99% of people tends to be correct. Like, I don't know. The times that you've been like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of this person, and I'm like, I don't know, I think they're really nice. And then they turn out to not be really nice. I'm like, oh. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know. Ghosty, I think, is just a really good judgment of character when it comes to people. So, I commissioned one to actually make me look like a Perry. I don't know how to say this word. Pierre? Is that how you say it? Pierre clown? Pierre? I know it's part of your name, but I probably should have asked how you actually say that. I just figured it was like period, like instead of like period. You know? Is it Pierre? Is that how you say it for real? Because when you change your name from Panda, that's when I was like, I don't know how to say the new name. What's a video and sound evidence? Oh my god, I can teach you. I will teach. Actually, we'll we can go through all of that today if you guys want. We can, because I was going to do it cozy games. We're going to do some cozy, like, nightmare and professional. See if we can get some new ghosts. How many ghosts we can identify, all of that. Just keep things chill today. Games. We can go through all of that. We can go through all of that. Will Strawberry help you feel better or saying that you are an awesome person? Aw, Strawberry always helps Ghosty. They love Strawberry. Your little cartoon person stuck with your friends indebted to unknown people. You have to gamble in a casino to escape. Oh my god, that's actually really funny. Ghosty is a very good judge of character. Everyone's an awesome person here. I agree. Except Strawberries any day. Exactly. Can I send you a quick DM on Discord? I think I have to add you as a friend first, Ray, but let me, hold on. Let me do that. You're in the Caffeinated Cryptid, so I should be able to find you pretty easily. Chotamate. Oh, we're already friends. Yeah, you can send me you can send me a message. That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead. Thank you for asking now. Thank you for asking. A lot of people say period. Okay. Okay. That's what I thought, like, the goal was, but I wasn't sure. Hi, Kota. How are you? I do hope this game, or this stream, brings up yours and others' vibes. Hey, listen. I know that's already bringing up my vibe, and I hope it's helping other people too. We're friends since the tourney. Okay, good. Tourney makes me think of knights jousting on horses. I mean, kind of, yeah. I don't know. The tourney was crazy. It was so fun, though. I put together a clip of one of the first tournaments that I've done, or first tournaments that I did, and it was years ago. And watching myself play in that tournament compared to how I played this past Sunday is almost a little bit jarring. Like, I wasn't looking behind me back then, and even, like, I was dressed up as Sable. And so, like, seeing my face the whole time too was actually really funny. But, like, just the gameplay itself and how differently I play is crazy. It's crazy. I think this should make sense. Piero. Oh, Piero. Okay, like, okay, yeah. I just love Placebo song Piero the Clown. Okay, yes. Okay. Just a question. Okay. Do I need to check it now? Or is it okay if I check it later? Getting my fix. I love you, Solvin. I love you. Hi, Racer. How are you? Fun being a referee, too. Yes. And I appreciate you for that. I do. Tourney was fun. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I had fun, too. Listen. Oh, my God. Tourneys have been amazing. I didn't realize how much I would enjoy getting involved in them and doing them and hosting them and everything, but it's been amazing. I'm glad you and Nima are doing well today as well. And Toonami in 2 days. Let's go. Little calling person is a worm. Oh my god. Little falling person is a worm. That's so funny. So funny. ¿Sabes español? My Spanish is really bad. It's really bad. So, like, when I'm listening to people speak Spanish, I can sometimes understand, like, good bits of it. I cannot put a sentence together. So, like, don't ask me to speak Spanish. But if I'm around other people speaking it, I can sometimes follow the conversation. Like, the words are there. The knowledge is there. The grammar to put it together myself is not there. It's not there. At all. At all. Oh my god, am I late for the Pichu? I'm late for the Pichu! No! I would love to practice my Spanish and actually be able to speak Spanish. But it's just not, it's not there. But maybe someday. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. I choose to believe the Shana is like Sour Patch Kids in the veins. Yeah? First she's sour, then she's sweet. Maybe she gets a little sour again, who knows? I know Spanish, I know you do. I know you do. I'm real shy. I'm real shy, Rad. I'm real shy. No, I don't think so. I don't think so, Cla. It was a Pichu. It was a Pichu. It was a Pichu. But I'll practice. I'll practice. I need to work more on my Japanese as well because it's been a while since I've had anybody to speak with. So working on like Japanese and staying up to date on that, I think is important, but it's hard when I don't have anybody to really talk with. So I want to learn Japanese and French. We could do some language exchange, Rad. You know, do a little of both. My Japanese isn't perfect, but I know enough to get by. I forget most English words all the time. I do too. I do too. R2 Pichu, please. Callie's been learning? Which one? Spanish or Japanese? I won't speak Spanish. Oh, I thought you said you're fine. See? See? Grammar. 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 You can speak Spanish if you want to, though, Claw. I don't mind. It makes me think. It makes me think when I'm reading it. The grammar's hard for me. It's the tenses that get me. I'm like, ugh. Conjugations are hard. I struggled really hard in school with conjugations. Speaking is hard in general, no true. Sing songs in Japanese, it helped me pass my Japanese class. Really? That's fun. I learned by being around people speaking Japanese all the time. And kids, because they, like little kids, they didn't speak English. And I just spoke English to them, and that was it, because I wasn't allowed to speak Japanese to them. But they spoke Japanese to me constantly. And so we were back and forth, and eventually, like, they would start speaking English to me, but, like, because they were constantly speaking Japanese to me, I was learning it. So, the same way they were learning the English from me. It was really cool. It was really cool. Thank you for the lurk, Witcher. Also, when you get a chance, I need your address. Why use many word when few word will do? So true. So true, Saf. So true.
Welcome back.
So true. I need to go get vodkas. PUP. So, 1313 Mockingbird Lane. Oh, yeah? I'm going to pull up words on stream for you guys. I need you guys to behave yourselves while we do that. And if you want to drop while we're here, you can. We're going to get her PUP, and we will BRB. So, uno momento, por favor. of being on YouTube is that you get constant vodka cams. So in the moments that she does decide to grace us with her presence, you do get to see her. You do get to see her. Just a moment, honey. You guys are doing great, by the way. Yes, you're a dress switcher. Because you won a postcard a while back. And I did grab the bingo winners from last month as well. We're gonna do those too. So honey. So, I grabbed these the other day and was just saving the info.
Hi, stranger.
She'll never know. She'll never know, Saf. Did she already finish that? Oh no.
I've missed you.
She had to change
It's okay.
angles.
You can look at my butt.
Oh, don't worry. I'm looking. I'm looking at that butt. All right. I missed your face. How are you, Dakota? How are you, Dakota? You like Baja Blast too? I love Baja Blast. I love Baja Blast. Hectic day at work. I freaking feel that. It's been that way all week. It's been that way all week for me. She's such a sweet girl. I love her. I hope it gets better though, Dakota. Dakota, you're about to be real excited though, I hope. I hope. This month, we're only gonna be able to give away one prize. Had an older woman trying to get gas while we were closed. Even my father told this one when we were closed. She still continued. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hi Zambo, I love you. Welcome in.
You're one of us now.
These are our bingo winners for June. Or May. I guess. Not June. Because it is June now. May. Our May bingo winners. May bingo winners. Dakota. At the top with 16 bingos and 23 cards. Jojo with 11 bingos and 13 cards. Scully with 8 bingos and 13 cards. Witcher with 8 bingos and 13 cards. Solvin with 7 bingos and 12 cards. Whippy with 7 bingos and 13 cards. Jenny with 11 bingos. Oh. I didn't put the number of bingos. Hold on. Oh no! And this is just an image. Well, Jenny was next with how many bingos and 11 cards? I think probably 6 or 7. Avi with 6 bingos and 12 cards. Mihi with 6 bingos and 9 cards. And True with 4 bingos and 6 cards. Dakota, since you won, if you want to take a look at my merch and the Nightmare Network merch, I think that pulls up the merch. No, it does not.
Nightmare, nightmare,
There we go.
nightmare, 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 nightmare.
If you want to take a look, pick something out that's less than $30 if you could. Let me know what you want. Just put it in Shana Says in Discord, and we will get a mod to send you the link so you can purchase it. Well, fill out your information, and it's free. But yeah, congratulations! Congratulations! Try not to hate me and my people. The blonde-haired white people of Scandinavia and the Baltic Sea to become adults at 18 instead of become adults at 15. That's actually really cool, though. I mean, good for you. Why would I hate you? Why would I hate you over that? That's goofy. I wouldn't hate you over that. Yeah, you can totally get more cards. I mean, I guess you want to call it rigging. Sure. Sure. You can rig bingo by getting yourself more cards. Sure. Thank you, Witcher. Thank you, thank you. I don't know when I'll be able to get back to the post office, but I've got your postcard ready. So, yes, GG's, GG's. And let's see who our top hunters were for the month as well. Let's see. Maybe we'll do... Ooh, Jojo with 23. Solvin with 5. Honest with 4. Bad. Katha with 3. And Avi with 3. Look at you guys. Top hunters. Let's go. Let's go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I don't like to stereotype people, Jay, so people can be whatever they want to be. People can be whatever they want to be. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter where you come from. So. All kinds of music, actually. I listen to a lot of rock music most of the time, though, when I'm not streaming, or like metal, but I listen to all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. Let me reset our Phasmo guessers. Can I be Michael Jackson? I mean, if you truly want to be Hellblazer, yeah, you probably could. You probably could. Love your face, Hellblazer. How are you? Was Mockingbird Lane Munsters or Addams Family? I didn't really watch Munsters, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't Addams Family, so I'm going to go with Munsters. Positive. I'm going to go with Munsters. Imagine all the people living life in peace. Listen, I love that song. I love that song. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. All right. It has been 4 streams since our last Mimo sighting. We are on our first game right now. So... no deaths so far, and also no games where we've sighted a new ghost. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Yes, and Shana Says, Dakota. And Shana Says. Yes, it doesn't count multiple wins, like from the same card, Jojo, because there's not a way for me to count that, but multiple cards do count. Because it counts the cards separately. So, how you doing, Whippy? How you doing? I'm gonna change my... ID. I want to be our galaxy again. I think I want to do the Ghost in the Machine. I don't know. I just like the Ghost in the Machine a lot. And then... which one do I want to do? This one, I just think the colors... I think the colors go well. Why isn't the Ghost in the Machine moving? Maybe it is. Oh, the paw is kind of cute, though. Wait, maybe we do the paw. Or we could do the duck. Teehee. Actually, wait. The duck is kind of cute. The duck is kind of cute. Had a terrible day. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hellblazer. Sending you lots of hugs. Scandinavians and Baltics love horror games and films too. I love that. Me too. Me too. See you later. See you later, Whippy. Yes. Phasmo General is great. Let's start the bingo. You have lots of IDs. I have like 7. I have all of the ones that I can have. All the ones that I can have. I've gotten them all. It's like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. You know what I mean? Gotta catch them all. Alright, and we do have a role play to start us out as well. So, we should probably make sure we have that on the screen too. Yeah. Let me update our little thing here. What is our role play? Brittany is back, and yet again, she has lost her family. Okay. This is our role play that we're doing. It's Brittany, bitch. Gimme more ghosts. Even though I lost my family. I don't know how we lost our family, but we lost our family. I will not be shaving my head this time, though. Grab those bingo cards, guys. Grab those bingo cards. Also, get your guesses ready. You can start guessing whenever. I guess let's start with a professional cozy professional. You know, however you want to put it. I'm gonna do it custom though. Per usual. Per usual. I don't want it to change rooms because I just don't want to deal with that. Grace period. Spicy. Hunt duration. Actually, wait. Do we want a grace period? Because the Swan has the special thing where it walks to you during the grace period. Nah. Nah. We'll do kill extends hunt off because it doesn't matter. We're playing by ourselves. Fingerprint duration 60. Contract. Weather random. Doors starting open. We'll keep it high. Number of hiding places. We can do low. Sanity monitor on. Activity monitor off. fuse box on, visible off, cursed possessions 2 because I like them. Sent you a clip under category Phaz is a perfect game. It's in your DMs to enjoy whenever. Oh no, wait, who was playing? I'm so curious. What happened? Were you playing? Were you playing? If you never give me a grace period, then you don't get any. You know what? That's valid. That's valid. Let's go to Tanglewood. Mario, Leigh, me, and Pish. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm so curious what happened.
Get set up before investigating.
I'm so curious what happened.
The ghost here seems to be linked to a
Never played Shana Bingo, but I'm playing now. I hope you win. Alright, our ghost name is Lori. So Lori is a female ghost, right? So all the ghosts are available. All the ghosts are available as an option for ghost guessing. We are going to get 3 evidence, so we have that. If you are returning player, if you are a new player, right, the thing to keep in mind, the reason why I said this is a female ghost, all the ghosts are available for guessing, is because we have 2 ghosts that can only be male, or only be female ghosts. The Banshee and the Diane can only be female. So if you have a male ghost, meaning the name is either typically male or it is a male ghost model. So if you see the ghost model and you know it's male, then it can't be a Banshee or a Diane. But we know that the name Lori is typically female in Phasmophobia. Therefore, this is a female ghost, and all the ghosts are an option to start off. Right? Raz!
Razmataz 119 just resubscribed
Thank you
for
so
16
much
months
for the
at tier
16
1.
months at
Hello.
tier 1.
I hope you have been doing well.
I've been doing amazing. I've been doing amazing. I hope you have too. Life's been crazy and busy and all over the place, but I've been doing well. How have you been? Does bingo card only last for the stream? Yes. And sometimes we reset them during the stream. So like if we decide to do something different, or if we get a lot of bingos on this bingo card, we'll change it.
Playing with herself. I mean, I'm certain there is a line around the corner.
Wow, I love you guys.
Have fun. Hashtag solo fun playtime.
I love you, Qua. I love you, Qua.
Ghosts, we have a
How
hype
are
train.
you? How are you? Can the spirit be male or female? Like this, the spirit, as in like the spirit ghost type? Yes. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Are we hype training again? What is happening? You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Jojo, thank you for I love you, biddies. I love you too. I love you too. So our 3 objectives right now are paranormal sounds, escape, and 3 photos, right? So we'll try and do those. Let's grab headlight, because the game is dark as heck. A lighter. Day. Thank you for the 2 gifted.
Dave gifted a tier 1 subscription
guys,
to
Day.
the community. Enjoy your stay at
Dave
Shana's
recently
Sunny
published
Meadows.
a book. If you don't already know, Day, if you want to drop the link to your book, drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Go check out Day's book if you'd like. Day, how are you?
You have clearance, Clarence.
Roger, Roger. What's our vector, Victor?
I missed you, so accept the hype trains are. Listen, it's Thursday. It's Thursday. We don't need hype train. Did I? I might have misspelled it. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. I spelled ruse. I forgot the end. Thank you, Dave. How are you, Dave? Bubba's. I love you more than JoJo. Thank you for the biddies.
I love you more than Jojo Bitties.
It is advised you immediately.
I cannot with you. Thank you for shaking your booty for us. Slightly drunk, recovering from corporate anger. Valid.
Saphira Smiles gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the
Valid.
community. Congratulations to the new geists.
Thank
Enjoy
you for the
your
5
stay
gifted
at
Saf. Enjoy
Shana's Sunny
your pride
Meadows.
badge. I hope you like your pride badge. Enjoy. Rob, I don't know if you were checking to see what the Dion is, but if you are wanting to guess Dion, you have to do ! guess or ! ghost and then the ghost name. The corporate anger is so valid though, Day. Thank you so much, Saf. Thank you so much. The AI and the way it says people's name is freaking hilarious, honestly. It's so funny. I like the way it says Sarah Dominus' name. Sarah. Every time I'm like no, it's totally okay, Jojo. You're fine. It's no big deal. All right, we're gonna grab our thermo here, and I'm also gonna grab you know what? I'm gonna take an EMF. I feel like an EMF might be helpful. And a UV. I'm not gonna take incense right away because we're starting out at 100 sanity. We don't really need it, right? Thank you for the sub, even if it's like 3:30. It's 3:30 a.m. for you, Bacon. Bacon, go to bed. Bacon, go to bed. What are you doing? Go to bed. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hello? What are you doing? Go to bed. Go to bed. Why are we awake? Sorry, I was checking something really quick. Okay. Mod abused? What do you mean? No, not mod abuse. Why is my game so excessively dark? Hold on, I gotta check something. I just gotta... Nope, it's normal. Okay, well, you know, we're just excessively dark. It's fine. It's fine. Goodness gracious. I swear. The game has gotten darker with updates recently. This is insane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. You know what I'm gonna do? Hold on. We're gonna put a little... Nope, that's not the one we want. Remove. Let's see. Wait, was there already a filter on it? What the hell-y? What was that? Is that why it was so dark? NVIDIA, what were you doing to my game? What was NVIDIA doing to my game? Ash is hot. Pass it on. Okay, hold on. We're gonna try this. Ooh, get your dinner. Get your dinner. Wanna see? How about this? No, for real. Games can be scary without being excessively dark. Like, we would like to be able to, like, see what we're trying to be afraid of. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's my opinion. Alright, so let's see if we can find our cold spot. Now remember, we're starting with our breaker on, so it takes a little bit for things to get colder. But if we hear anything get thrown, we can use our EMF to help us find it. Hee hee, dollhouse. No, voodoo. What'd you get for dinner? Just woke up much earlier than usual. Once I'm awake, I'm not getting back to sleep. That's fair. What time do you usually wake up? Oh, we got the music box. I feel like I just maybe heard it throw something that sounded like it was maybe in the basement. Could have just been ambient noise though. Oh, hi Grandma. Grandma's here, guys. Okay, so that event happened here in the hallway. That doesn't mean this is our ghost room. It just means our ghost is nearby. Right? Because ghosts can event within a certain, like, radius, essentially. Maybe garage? Or she could have teleported to us. Also possible. I mean, temps are high here, too, though. Thank you for that follow, by the way. We do keep them anonymous, so lurk chat, whatever you feel comfy with. We do have hiding there, which is nice. Pizza with cheesy bread and chicken. Ooh, that sounds really good. NVIDIA really said I'm actually at 0% brightness challenge. No, for real. For real. I don't know what NVIDIA was doing there. Oh, I heard a toy, which means the ghost teleported that toy,
to Shadows
which
of
means
Ash.
it
Enjoy
probably
your
came
stay
from...
at
Yep.
Shana's Sunny
All right.
Meadows.
Do you see how long it took for this room to start getting cool? We came in here earlier and it was in the 20s. Now we're down to 10, 11 degrees. Our ghost is in this room. So if you hear a toy like that, like teleported, it came from a kid's room. Oh, there was a boner in here. Blended in with the carpet. Okay, what do you know? Carpet boner. Love that for that. And our EMF turned off as soon as we threw it down. Oh, come on. Why are we being like this? Thank you. All right, let's go grab a few more things. Have you played The Other Side? It's been a while, but I have played it, Spooky. Yeah, I have. Oh, goodness. Let's grab a crucie, a writing book, and a camera. Sanity is about 80%. We should be fine for now. That event might have taken a good chunk off, though, because we were in the light, mostly. Look at that baby. Look at that cutie patootie Ash. Ooh, I think it turned the nightlight on over here. Do we know if the nightlight is included as part of the lights for Mare? Has that been determined or not? Got EMF 2? Or do we know? Because I'm not positive. And I don't want to tell you guys the wrong thing. Because I know, like, computers, TVs aren't, but I don't know if, like, the nightlight and the dollhouse are. So. $75. Evidence or bees. That's what we're down to. If anybody needs to change their ghost guess. Gotta watch out for wild boners. Truly! Work being tinky, so I had to cut back on my subs. Listen, hey, I get it. I get it. I had to cut back as well because, unfortunately, as much as I would love to subscribe to all of my friends, I cannot. I cannot. Someday. Someday we'll be able to. Without worry. Right? Alright, let's drop that. We're just bringing in everything that we need. I don't think I've talked to you about the Indigi Alliance got announced. I'm so happy they're adding the new guilds. I'm very glad that they're finally adding the new guilds. Very glad that they're finally adding the new guilds. It is much overdue. Much overdue. And, very important. Okay, we're down to 75. Our pills do 30%, so we're gonna wait about 5% more. Aw, JoJo's so sweet. Is that EMF 5? I swear I heard EMF 5 for half a second. Tell me I'm crazy, guys. Tell me I'm crazy. Studying at the School of Shana. Listen. Gonna get an A+. Gonna get an A+, Sylvan. I believe in you. Alright, let's go take these photos real quick. So we can take a photo of our music box. Did you guys hear that? What was that? What was that? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Let's take a photo of our... we got tarot cards! Oh my god, we can F around and find out. And our boner. That's 3 photos down. Ah! Surprise Sylvan in her streams. Sylvan is adorable. Everybody should go follow Sylvan. Surprise Sylvan. 3 unique photos. We got that out of the way. So now we just need to do 2 paranormal sounds and escape.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
See if we can do that. Should be easy enough, in theory. Obama, welcome in, by the way. You heard it. You are crazy, but I heard it too. Listen, I know I'm crazy, but thank you for telling me you heard it too.
Moonshine Flex
thank you
gifted
for
a
the
tier 1
gifted. There's
subscription
another
to the
photo.
community. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Alright. Let's see. We should be able to get a video of the motion sensor here real quick. I just heard it throw something. Come on. Oh, of course, as soon as I put the camera away, you walk through the motion sensor, you stinker. Come on. There we go. Okay. Let me put that back. Let me check temps again. We need to do Spirit Box still. 1.4, 2.5. I'm not stressed because we've got these crucies here. And we just took pills, so our sanity is high, right? Where are you? How old are you?
Right here.
Spirit Box. The good thing about that is that's going to help us with our sounds. So we're down to Dayan, Mare, Kormosh, Onryo, Yokai. And that just ruled out Mare. Because it turned on the light switch. Mares will never turn on a light. It also turned on the little light lamp over there, which I think it was Jojo who said that he was pretty sure it's also included as a light source. So yeah, we can definitely rule out Mare now. If it does the light switch, that is 100%. Lamps are also 100%. Yeah, you like the rocking horse? I love that for you. I love that for you. I didn't see UV. We'll double check though. But our ghost is 100% not a mare. Nonchalant. I'm right here. I know, right? Oh, God. Okay, so let's grab 2 of these just to be safe. And then we're going to sound record. And anything else that we need? You know, I don't think so. I think we're good. Did it just turn the breaker off? You know what? Let's bring our little man in here. I think he wants to hang out. Hi, y'all. It did. It turned the breaker off. So I don't think Jen's an option right now, but if it was, we could rule out Jen. Because Jen's will never turn your breaker off. Boop. So we should be taking note of some of the ghost behaviors, right? I heard it. I knew it. So we can record our EMF 5. EMF 5 gives us Diane! Let's go! Let's go. Okay, let's record. So we need to be careful because the Diane is more active and it's also more likely to hunt if you're moving near it, but we want to get Spirit Box recording. Where are you?
From behind.
So you don't actually have to actively be holding your spirit box as long as you can use your push to talk, which is really nice. And then you can record that as one of your sounds. And we can get this as one of our sounds. I don't think the crucifix is working yet, unfortunately. I don't think they've patched that yet. Good night, Bubba. I love you guys. Go follow Bubba if you haven't. Oh. There's one of our sounds. That should be 3 unique sounds right there. Yep.
From behind. Leave.
Beautiful. 3 unique sounds. We only need, I mean, if we wanted to go for a perfect game, 3 more videos, 1 more photo. We could try. If we want. Oh, this is such a stinker. Trying to get it to step in that salt. Do it. It always steps in the salt when I'm not ready with my video camera. Every time. Maybe this is our time. Come on. Step in it. No, you don't want, you know you wanna blow out that candle. Come on, Diane. Do it. I'll cuddle Bubba's cheeks. Oh my god, go cuddle Bubba's cheeks. I think it just knocked on the window. Knocked on the window for bingo. The sound recorder still bugged when burning Cruci. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You're excited to see my product, or Sylvan's products? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, can you blow out the firelight, please? Aw, you're so sweet. We love a ghost that behaves. Oh my god. There's our ghost photo. There's a video. Oh my god, she's such a good girl. Look at that. 5 videos. Or 5 photos, 5 videos, 3 sounds. My god. What a well-behaved ghost. What a well-behaved ghost. We love to see it. Now let's watch as it tries to nom our booty cheeks. I might die doing this. You know what? And that's fine if I do. Because I like to live my life on the edge. And it's been a while since we've really played and lived on the edge. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. All right. Let's pull some cards. Tower. Tower. You like that? Professional, exactly. Wheel of Fortune red. Tower. Devil. How dare you walk in my soul? I specifically set that up for during the hunt. That was disrespectful. Wow. I only put 2 down and it's empty? That's... Okay. The moon? The moon? So the Diane, remember, is only fast when you are moving. Oh, I should have smudged. I got stuck on the corner. I got stuck on the corner. Dang it. We died. Oh!
Welcome back.
If you put 2 salt piles down, then you drop the salt. You can't place a third, and it will count 1 pile as 2. So you can get a salt dupe video. That's so stinky. That's so stinky. Well, you know, Phasmo's a perfect game. Wow, Eli. Eli wanted me to die. That's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind. It was worth it. We haven't looped in a while. We gotta work on our looping. 1 for 1 deaths, 0 for 1 new ghosts. That's okay. The salt evaporated. It truly did. It truly did. Shana loves a good girl. You know? You know? Let's go to Edgefield. We haven't edged in a while. Have not edged in a while.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
How has the stream been looking, by the way? Because with the multi-streaming and everything. Oh my god, I forgot I was supposed to be Brittany that whole time. It's okay, we'll be Brittany this time. It's Brittany, bitch. We're back. And we're ready to hunt some ghosts. It's Brittany, bitch. Gimme more. Gimme more. Gimme more. Donna Hans. Never knew a Donna. Maybe I did. I don't know. Did Brittany know a Donna? Maybe. All the ghosts are an option either way. Alright, we're gonna grab some thermo and some EMF and a camera because we're famous and we're gonna take selfies. Why are your fists misunderstood? I don't know anything about that. The ghost meter next to my camp. That's for the subs and our sub goal, which we knocked out of the park because Vodka got her PUP CUP already. Because you guys are insane. All right, it's Brittany, bitch, and I'm here to hunt some ghosts. My family has unfortunately passed away, so maybe we'll find my family here. Oh my god, look, a giant bone. Took a photo of that. Let's go. Gimme more. Gimme more. Gimme more boners. Gimme more. Gimme more. Gimme more boners. All eyes on me, center of the ring, just like a circus. Oh my god, we have a Ouija board. Wait. Should I shave my head? Give me more. It's Brittany, bitch. Wait, what? Wait, what? I could get a sound recording of it. Yes, I'm just trying to see if it knows anything, Brittany. Goodbye. Oh my god, the ghost threw something. Did you guys hear that? Maybe the ghost watched my music video where we were in the gym that one time. I forget what song that was for. I was probably on a lot of drugs then. Dumb waste of time. Sleep lurky, that's totally fine. 3 evidence, Muskin. You were the last ghost. I hope you know. I hope you know. Where did that ball come from, by the way? Did it teleport it from upstairs? It might have. It might have teleported that ball from upstairs. I'm thinking. I mean, 15 degrees is kind of warm for the basement, yeah. My anaconda don't. My anaconda don't. My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun. So true. Plush, hello. Guys, go follow Plush if you have not. Plush, it's so good to see you. I was lurking the other night, but I hope you're doing well. Remember, I died to crouching and saying the killer can't see me if I'm short. I was like, yay, finally short so people can stop asking me to get things off the top shelf. No, it's so true. So true. Just wanted to see Brittany get frustrated with the sound recorder not working already. Well, we'll try again, but like, I need to figure out where this ghost is. You know, I don't know where it teleported that ball from. The temperatures, like, they don't seem to be low anywhere. You know what I mean? I've been doing okay, Muskin. Life's been really trying me lately. And by me, I mean Shana. It's been really trying Shana lately. Don't worry, though. She hasn't shaved her head. Although, you know, might not be out. Yeah, you can get the link for bingo. Can somebody do the exclamation point bingo card in the chat? For Spooky, please. Where the heck did it teleport the ball from? Listen, I can follow you around and get things off shelves, Sylvan. Totally fine. Oh my god. That mannequin does not belong here. It is in the basement. It's a basement, bitch. The ghost is a basement bitch. It's like a friggin', what's her name? Sable. I feel like Sable and Brittany would be besties. For sure. Oh my god, we're gonna go ahead and take some pills. I take these every day. I prescribe so many pills by my doctor. It's fine. Not as many as I used to be, though. Anyway, I'm gonna bring some crucifixes, too. And a video camera. I'm so used to being in front of so many cameras. Nobody knows the life in front of a camera like me. Basement ghosty, that's right. Basement ghosty, basement bitch. We love a basement bitch. Not seeing any Orbeez down here, though. Doing a thorough look, though, because we all know Orbeez are sneaky. My god! How dare this ghost throw things at me? That is just incredibly rude. And then it touched the door, not once, but twice in front of me. Ew. Okay. Whatever, ghost. Whatever. Oh, we have EMF 5? Okay. Change your Gus if you need to. EMF 5. Just like my 5 ex-husbands. And 5 children. Anyway. I don't know who's dead in my family, but apparently people are dead. Let's go back upstairs. Never look at mannequins the same again? What do you mean? Why? Listen, mannequins are obsessed with me. It's not their fault. Everybody's obsessed with me, though, because I'm Britney, bitch. I can't blame them.
I'm a small bitch. Hey, I'm a small bitch. If I'm on your phone right now, I'm a small
Who are you calling a small
very
bitch?
small bitch. But a feisty one. I'm literally gonna
Don't you know that you're toxic? Calling me a small bitch like that. Oh my god, I did not mean... okay, well. It was not meant to go through the ceiling. Whatever. Dots. Dots, 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 dots. That's my rendition of the song. I was gonna give it to, like, Lil Wayne. He did not approve. My god, it's dotsing all over the place. And it's a child? Wait. Did they steal my child?
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Disrespectful.
Get on your knees. No, I'm just kidding.
Glory hole. Oni, Raiju, Wraith. Not a glory hole. We saw the dots with our eyeballs. Ghost guessing is working. What do you mean? You just have to put ghost or guess in front of your ghost. That's all. The bot's a little slow. It's a little slow. That's all. It just takes its time. Be patient. Be patient. You want to F around and find out number 5? You got it. 3, 4, 5. You got the High Priestess. That's cool or whatever. You can have extra life if you pull a hangman. Very not toxic, I suppose. Very, like, untoxic. Don't you know that you're toxic? Ghost, are you toxic? Did you do it again? Are you in love with a criminal? Are you a slave for me? Are you a girl? Not yet a woman. Do you drive me crazy? Am I insane? Oh my god, why didn't that record? I'm a recording artist. I should be able to record anything. Goodbye. Goodbye. It's absolutely insane. Mannequin showed behind me on Grafton. It was wild. I gotta show you the clip. Oh my god, yes you do. That's insane. If I keep this in my hand, does it count? Where are you? How old are you? You drive me crazy. I just can't speak. I'm so excited. I'm in too deep. Whoa, crazy. but it feels alright. Hello? If you CK me, where are you?
Here in the
Oh, you're a womanizer. I see. I see. Spirit box. My god! It's never gonna step in that salt. Disgusting! Ah! How dare! Ask if it seeks Amy. I did! It's never gonna step in the salt. We need a video of the ghost and prevent it from hunting with a crucifix. Okay, listen, we can get the video with the dots. So this is doable. Actually, let's bring another dots. We've got a video camera down there. What's our sanity at? My god. Okay, this is fine. Hello, Count Tropula. I'm currently role-playing Britney Spears. It's Britney, bitch. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a lovely night. Alright, let's get a video of this ghost for my next music video. Alright, child. Show yourself. What's everybody's favorite Britney song? What do you mean, what even? What do you mean? What do you even mean, Missy? What do you even mean? We heard you like ghosts, so we put ghosts in your ghost so you can ghost all you ghost. Exactly. You get me, Saf. You get me. It takes a special kind. Saf is that kind. Toxic. Solvin knows that she's toxic. I got a duplicate object. Disgusting. Come on. Give me some dots. Dots, 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 dots. Do it for me. Toxic vanilla. Oh my god. Slimy. Never listened to her? Miskin, you've never listened to Britney, bitch? Well, everybody's favorite Britney song, you should... I thought I was about to die. I think you should take a moment and look up everybody's favorite Britney song. I did not think that was an event. I thought I was about to die. I won't lie. Toxic Vanilla would be a pretty good username. Maybe I need to move these. Maybe if I put this one in here, it'll give me more dots in here. Come on, ghost. Dots for me, baby. You know you want to. Just do it. Give me some dots. You wouldn't steal a ghost? Or would I? Give me more is such a good song. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. Oops, I did it again. And work, bitch. You better work, bitch. This ghost is not working, bitch. This ghost is very not working, bitch. It was dotsing so much earlier, and then it just gave up. Oh, 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 oh. It's like that. What the F? This is not what I was looking for. At all. Come on. Come on, you little ghost. You little ghost bitch. It's shy. Well, if it's my child, it better not be. It better perform. We gotta go be on Mickey Mouse Club or some shit. I don't know. No, dog dad. This is a wraith. Let me put this in here, actually. And we need it to give us a dots video. Or a video of the ghost, period. I have a 0-second grace period though, so I'm a little bit scared. If it eats all of our crucifixes, we're leaving. Vodka, ma'am, calm down. Of course, she's hunting. Is she stuck? Oh, that's not hiding. Just kidding. Vodka was barking at my brother. It is a Phas beanie. This is one of my friend's Phas beanies. Do you think there's a chance of creaming tonight? There probably is a chance of creaming tonight. Wow. How dare this ghost start not. Ghost event for us. Or walk through the dots where we could get a video. This ghost is just not working, bitch. Very much not working. Come on, ghost. Oh my god. We did it. We did it. Let's go. Let's get out of here. That's a bingo slot rigged. Oh, JoJo always rigs bingo. In case you didn't know.
Welcome back.
In case you didn't know, Saf. Wraith in the book. Let's go. You better work, bitch. Wraith vogued for us. No, she truly did. Finally. Took her long enough.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs.
Took her long enough, but she finally did. Oh, God. All right, let's go. We survived that one. We survived with outdying and unfortunately no new ghost. Let's go to Ridgeview. This card is rigged, Sylvan, I'm sorry.
Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
I didn't rig it, I just asked earlier than usual. Okay. Okay. If you say so. Do I need to put JoJo in the liar corner? I don't know. Do we need to bring back the liar corner? Alright, let's bring Thermo. Let's bring a UV and let's bring a photo camera. Maybe, yeah, UV over EMF. Robert Nilsson. So we can go ahead and rule out Banshee and Diane. Hi, Real Mr. Sis. Welcome in. How are you? Liar corner. Does Jojo belong there? Should we put him there? She'll survive long as she knows how to hunt. She'll stay alive. Oh, as long as she knows how to hunt, you know she'll stay alive. Should we pull just one card before we continue? I heard a door. I heard a door. How many maps do we go through before we change to Nightmare, by the way? Whenever you guys are ready, we can change to Nightmare. Figured we'd do a few professional and then swap to evidence after. Like the bingo fills itself out. My ADHD prevents me from remembering 25 phrases. Luckily, all you have to do is click the button. Click the button. Vivid dreams are annoying. Oh, were you having like bad vivid dreams, or you all right, Sarah? Can we get some hugs for Sarah? Hugs for Sarah? I take the blame this time. Scully, why you taking the blame? Why you taking the blame, Scully? No hiding there. No hiding there. No bon air yet. Ghost guessing is open, guys. Get your guess in. Muskin wants to F around and find out what number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Death. Find that hiding spot. Grab a smudge. Get on your knees. No, I'm just kidding. No, you. Oh. Do we have another basement beach? 50. That was 15 degrees on the stairs. That's interesting. Is that mannequin always there? Have to use the High Priestess. Oh, it's 11 degrees. Oh, there's our Bonaire. Our ghost is here in the dining room. What dining room ghost? Dining room ghost. Let's go. Somebody's jaw was left on the floor. Guys, stop leaving your jaws laying around. Lying around.
Is that real?
Where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Can you give us a sign of where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Can you give us a sign of where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Can you give us a sign of where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Can you give us a sign?
Thank you for the doc song. Let's go. We love a good doc song. All right, we got a crucifix. We got dots. We got a video camera. Never sure where I am, let alone the mannequin. Ask Pro Jojo. Listen, sometimes I forget. Sometimes. Hello, sir. Oh, the camera's here. Can I grab it? Excellent. Well, we know it's not a phantom based on that right there. Oops. I think I saw... Did I see Orbeez? I did. Jesus! Sir! This is a Wendy's!
Did I jump scare you?
Yeah, you did, Moist. Actually, this would be a Taco Bell, not a Wendy's. My God! He is active. Ghost is hungry. Oh my god. Glazed, hello, welcome in. How are you? 75% sanity, even with all those events right there. Probably not an Oni. Probably not an Oni. I'm gonna take these just to keep our sanity up for now. Oh, also we have orbs. So definitely not an Oni. Could be a mimic though. Could be a mimic. Oh, there's a star U in chat. Let's go. Get that star U, guys. Get that star U. I need to add the Pokemon sound. I need to add that. Is that in my to-do? Is that in my to-do? If it's not, we need to put that in my to-do list. To add a Pokemon sound for you, Jojo. Where are you? How
Close
are you?
to busting, Nate.
He's close to busting. Inappropriate. TOS. This is a Christian Minecraft server. This is Naughty Ghost in there showing himself close to busting. Inappropriate. Inappropriate. Koromosh, Mare, Onryo, Yokai, Mimic. TMI Ghost, I know. I know. Disgusting. You're trapped now, Glaze. Uh-oh. You can never leave. Sylvan said so. I guess I'll put this over here. I hate that I can't put the book on the table. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of driving me nuts that it won't let me put the dang book on the table anymore. I don't know if it's driving anybody else nuts, but it's driving me nuts. Like, why can't I just place the book on the table? I don't know. I hate it. The ghost is definitely having a great time. Oh, if you want to put the new ghost, still use Mimic. I haven't had a chance to update the bot. Mostly because I don't remember how I did it the first time. So I'm going to have to try and figure that out still. And all my time off, I probably should have done that. I did not. I did not, in fact, do that. I sorry. I sorry. If we can snooze them, Jojo, we could probably get the game done before. Probably maybe. Probably maybe. Alright, let's do salt there, maybe? And a salt here, maybe? Oh, it stepped. Oh, we have UV! We got UV! We got feet! Oh, I was too late on that? Wait, how did it... Oh... That's suspicious. It stepped in one salt, but not the other, even though they were stacked on top of each other. It's either a Kormosh or it could still be a Mimic. We need to check temperatures. Two for one on this if you put Mimic. It's a Mimic mimicking a Galu. It was a Mimic mimicking a Galu when it stepped in the salt. Because it stepped in one but not the other with them stacked on top of each other. Are you kidding? We knew exactly what that was mimicking just then because I was like, that's suspicious. What? Ridiculous. I'm kind of sad that it's not the new ghost, but also we do love a Mimic, so acceptable. acceptable. All right, we need to get these inside, and we're gonna pull the cards. Mimo hype, yes. Where was our breaker? Was it in the garage? Yeah, we can end guessing.
Cass_dreams just resubscribed for 34 months at tier 2. Love you, Bull.
Cass, I love you. Guys, if you're not following Mama Cass, please change that. Go follow the hottest mama that ever was. We love Mama Cass. We love Mama Cass so much. She's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I love her. Cass, your pride makeup looked so good on stream as well. I hope you know that. I hope you know that. I was heckin' admiring you so much. I was admiring you so much. You'd be looking so good. You'd be looking so good. What are you doing? Turn the light on in there, Ghost. What are you doing? Let's pull these tarot cards. I love you, Mama Cass. I hope you're doing well today. Okay. Did you get rid of your dancing mimic? It's only gone right now during, it's mimicking a Cormosh. It's only gone right now during Pride Month because I had to get rid of some of the emotes to add more of the Pride emotes. I have to smudge. It got too close. Oh, that was so cool. It was mimicking a Cormosh. Did you guys see that? Wait, I gotta go get more of the last smudge stick. Ah! Ask Cass what her Pokemon Go name is. Cass, what's your Pokemon Go name right now? Also, Staker, I love you. Welcome in. Shut up, Staker. Wait, Cass, are we not friends in Pokemon Go? And why aren't we? Cass is pretty okay. I'd recommend her. I love her. Mike, welcome in. How are you?
Welcome back.
The sun. Oh, I clicked too fast. I don't know what that was. A spirit shot? Yeah. Wait, I need to know what Cass's name in Pogo is. Really? Well, now I need to go play with the voodoo doll. I know, I'm sorry. Listen. I don't know what other emote. Listen, we get more emote slots as we get sub goals. And I think, like, I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot. And I think it's gifted subs and normal subs. So like as the community grows, in theory, we'll be able to get more subs. We'll be able to get more emotes. In theory. But it's just gonna be a little bit. It just lit that candle. It's not mimicking an Onryo right now. It's not mimicking a Cormosh anymore either. I wonder what it's mimicking right now. You want a chocolate lava cake from Domino's? Ooh. I would love a chocolate lava cake from Domino's. That sounds delicious. It's mimicking you, Missy. It's mimicking a Missy. You mustn't? Yeah, you don't need it. You don't need it. Next time we hang out, we can get a sweet treat together. How's that? How's that, Ghosty? You love Domino's chocolate lava cakes? They're so good, right, Muskin? Alright. I love Cass and her vibes. Don't we all? Don't we all? Alright. Mimic in the book. We were denied. Denied the Cormosh. I bet it was mimicking an Oni in the beginning. I will commit crimes in the name of it. Honestly valid. Honestly valid. Them voices are hungry. Let's go. We got a mimic. Alright, so we can actually change days since last Nemo sighting 0. Let's go. Unfortunately, though, no new. Wait, do we count that as a new ghost? Because we know for sure that it mimicked a Cormosh. I feel like we could count that. What do you guys think?
Shana has rigged bingo or drops again.
I think
Ignore
so.
the lies. Shana runs an illegal underground
because we know
bingo
for
and
sure
drops
that it
rigging
mimicked
ring. You know we
that.
had to do it to M.
What do you mean rigged? What do you mean? Count it? I think so. So many cool friends here. I agree. And you're one of them. And you're one of them. Why am I back to being this man? What happened? That's not who I was. I'm confused. I'm confused. I just realized that I was back to being that man. And I don't think I have any of my stuff on either. Here we go. We're redressing ourselves. We're redressing ourselves. Hold on. Hold on. Disrespectful. We need our leather pants. What shirt do we want to wear, though? I kind of like that one right now. It's a vibe. That's what we're going with. Alright. Let's go to Nell's. Let's go to Nell's. And then we'll do Nightmare after this. Did you see Cass's message? I saw where she said not to, like, told you to be quiet. I saw where she told you to be quiet. I didn't see what she said. Here's a copy paste. Wait, Dommy Mommy 26, because all the cast names I could possibly get were taken, and I just made it like 3 hours ago. Cass, you need to add me.
326 just traded with 9 views.
Cass, you need to add me, please. Ritzy Girl, welcome in, Raiders. Guys, if you're not already following Ritzy Girl, there's a button at the top of your screen that you need to hug right now. Go share some love with Ritzy Girl. It is free to do so. Welcome in. How are you? How are you? How was your stream? Tell me about it. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I love YouTube stream because the vodka cam. I know. I know. She's so spoiled, too. She's so spoiled. Listen. She heard her name, so I'm gonna give her a snack, but this is the benefit of the YouTube stream, is that you get constant vodka cam, so when she graces us with her presence, you get to see her the whole time. The whole time. Oh gosh. I don't know how I missed that, Cass, but that's crazy. I love that though. Honestly fitting. Honestly very you. Put in my mod message but couldn't see it from Staker's phone. Oh, weird. Yeah, no, I couldn't see it in the chat. I couldn't see it in the chat. Or I didn't see it in the chat, so that's weird. You need to add me, though. We love the final girl energy, by the way, Ritzy. We're here for it. We're here for the final girl energy. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. How's the ghosties? Listen, they've been great. We just had a mimic, which we love. We love a mimic. We almost thought we were going to have a Cormosh, though, so I'm a little sad. Little sad. Because we love getting the new ghosts right now and playing around with them. It's all good, though. All good, though. Freaking cutest. Oh my god, I can't. I know, I love her so much. Shana, I don't ever see you pet your dog. Are you sure you pet her? Please, Ghosty, don't start that rumor. Don't start that rumor. Oh, I will cry. I will cry. Not you and Scully bullying me. Love a mimic. Is that your favorite, Ritzy? When did I sub here? I don't know. I don't know, Power Play, but welcome in. Welcome in. I mean, you might have subbed, whether it was for gaming or for travel videos. I've done both, but we're happy to have you here. You don't understand the Aswan yet. So do you want me to explain it, Miskin, or do you want to figure it out yourself? Stephen Hans is our ghost, by the way. So if you are participating in ghost guessing, it can't be a Banshee and it can't be a Diane. Yes, please. Okay. So basically, Miskin, the Aswan is a very interesting ghost. It's very fun, in my opinion. Personally. It must be for Phasmo, of course. Well, there you go. There you go. Phasmo is my favorite game, so we play a ton of Phasmo. We do also play other games as well. Mostly horror. But majority Phasmo. So, we're happy to have you here. So the Aswan, if you're not familiar with it, and if you want to know a little bit more about it, it's a very cool ghost, but it can be a little bit confusing, and sometimes it doesn't 100% work correctly. The other night when we were doing our weekly challenge game, I did have a moment where I brought it into the hiding spot, and typically they're supposed to end their hunt. It didn't. It just killed me, unfortunately. But in theory, right, the Aswan is basically kind of lazy.
Nightmare.
Was it a spot? No. It was
nightmare.
it was on the small camp. It was on the small camp. And the first time behind the boxes, so you know the boxes beside the big tent in the middle? I was standing, yeah. The first time it didn't kill me. The second time it did. So, I don't know. Standing seems to have issues. Oh, okay. I wondered. But that's good to know. Also, guys, please follow my best friend. Right there. Miss Cooper's Charms. Cooper is not only my best friend, but she is also a kinetic partner. And she's an incredible Phasmo player. Incredible streamer. Incredible just human. So, please follow her. Good at spotting mimic and shade. Just a Ghost is my usual partner in Phasmas. I love that. When we love Ghost around here. She's so sweet. So, you gotta have your partner in crime. Can't play Phasmo. The game keeps lagging and crashing. Oh no. Is it since the updates, Miskin? So the Aswan basically, when they see you and they know where you're at, they accelerate faster than the other ghosts. But they also, once they're following you, if you get into a hiding spot, if you don't smudge it, if you don't do anything, that's okay. Because in theory, right, they're supposed to end their hunt. Even if the hunt is not quite over yet, it's just supposed to stop hunting, which is really, really cool. The other thing is, so like if you're playing with a grace period, typically, right, if the ghost is going to start its hunt, say this is you and this is the ghost, and you're standing here and the ghost is going to start its hunt, and it's set to start its hunt from right here. And you have a 3-second grace period. The ghost is going to be here for 3 seconds before it starts hunting you, right? The Aswan, during that 3 seconds, can actually start moving toward you. So it'll be like 1, 2, 3, and then it can still start actually manifesting and pursuing you. So something to keep in mind. While it will not necessarily speed up during that time, you won't necessarily see it during that time, and it won't necessarily touch you and choke you during that time. It will follow you during that time. So something to kind of note there is it kind of gets rid of your grace period a little bit. But if you whoop to a hiding spot, it's going to end its hunt, and it's not going to kill you, in theory. Right. In theory being the thing. Because, Phasmo is a perfect game. Blondie, yes. Blondie, Miss Coopy. Cooper seems cool people from the few streams I've caught. She's the best people. The best people. I love her. Since the updates, they literally ruined it for me. I'm sorry, Miskin. Maybe once they get everything ported over to Unreal 6 and updates going there, I think it's going to make a huge difference in the quality of life for people, game performance, everything. At least I'm hoping. So hopefully that'll help, Miskin. What is that plushie? This one? It's a Mew. It's a little Mew. It's so cute. It's a little baby. It's a little baby. Yeah, perfect game. Phasmo's a perfect game. There's no issues. No issues at all. It's that pin. Are you judging my pen, Jojo? Are you judging my pen? This is the pen that I use for my twins demonstrations. My twins demonstrations. Yes. Phasmo in this update is glitchy, so I wouldn't say it's your fault. Yeah. There's Phasmo's always been a perfect game, Power Play. It's always been a perfect game, Never any issues. Always perfect. No problems ever. Yes, if you're missing any numbers on bingo, just let us know. Easiest if you let us know what numbers. So. Get Scully to ask me with her voice and maybe I'll rig. Jojo, are you flirting? Are you flirting? Alright, we are on the diner. So, you know, maybe our ghost will cream for us. Which mode you're playing at? Right now we're on like a custom professional. We've got a 0 grace period and a few other spicy things because I like to play a little spicy. We also have 2 cursed objects just because I like to play with them. But we're gonna do 2 evidence after this, so. Missing number 666. No, we're always cursed here. We're always cursed here. What do you mean you're missing number 666? How dare you? How dare you? Poopy, I miss you. How are you? Is that a clip? Oh my god, we got cards again. Let's go. We can F around and find out. Turn the donuts on. Hi, Nepo! Can we get a big shout out for Nepo, guys? Please go follow Nepo if you haven't. It's good to see you. They made the footsteps really loud on this map. Yeah, I feel like they've maybe made them a little quieter recently on this map. Maybe I'm just trying to talk myself into that. But hello? That door just like was like, no, you're not coming in here. Oh, we also have monkey paw. But yeah, this map in particular, the footsteps are a little obnoxious. But you know, I think one of the big things that we're gonna see a lot of work be put into as they port things over, as things get updated and changed, and this is just my speculation, is the audio. Because, I mean, we all know how important audio is to any game, right? But especially a horror game. I think a lot of times audio is sometimes more important than the visual with how immersive it can be. So hopefully we'll see some good changes and some updates there, right? But we will see. We will see. Had dinner with my dad, some aunts and uncles, and your grandpa. Oh, I'm glad you were able to get together with the family. That's really nice. That's really nice. I know it's really hard to like get family together and stuff like that, so even when it's not always the best reasons, it's nice to get everyone together, you know? I'm doing all right, Nepo. Doing all right. Oh, we got some poopy water. Poopy water and a photo on the floor here. Yep. Oh. Well, that was rude. That was rude. I don't think that was a mare switch. That didn't seem fast enough, but we do have EMF 5. We do have EMF 5. So that would not be a mare anyway. Not a mare anyway. Tinker. Our ghost is a stinker. Oh, yes, we have the nice hiding. The nice hiding. Has the ghost broken a light? Not yet. Not yet. How is the vodka doing? She's doing good. She was hanging out here earlier, but she got tired of our shit, probably. She said she's not getting paid enough to stay and hang out with us, Nepo, which, I mean, honestly valid. Honestly valid. She costs a high premium. All of those on YouTube actually get to see her all the time. I should say not all the time, but whenever she is hanging out with us, her camera is constantly on YouTube. So, oh, did it shut the door? I see. Did we already find the boner? I don't think we did, right? Alright, I don't see Orbeez. Let's put that down. Let's put our book down. Let's go grab some cream. It did turn on a light. Yes, and off. Woo! Lord have mercy, sir! This is a Taco Bell. My God. All you're missing is 69 AO. I mean, I'm sure we can help you with that. I mean, what? It's her world and we are just hanging out in it. No, for real. This is Taco Bell? Yeah. We've all got ball blast, you know? Oh, it's writing. Wait. Ah, but too slow. The ghost said, you gotta be quicker than that. Can I get some strawberry delights? Oh my God, guys, have you tried the strawberry delights from Taco Bell? I need to know if you tried them. If you haven't, go. Run. Fast to Taco Bell. As quickly as possible. They're so effing good. So effing good. Like, they should not be that good. They should be illegal. Honestly. Lip is iconic tonight. Nepo, please. Nepo, please. Please. That jumped you. No, it got me too, Power. It got me too. What are they? So you know... Oh, the ghost is creaming! The ghost is creaming for us! That's not what I was gonna say. You know the Cinnabon Delights, right, Cooper? They're the Cinnabon Delights, but the inside, the cream is like strawberry, and the outside is like a strawberry sugar. They're so effing good. They're so effing good. It's like not, it's illegal. They should not be that good. They should... My sanity is so low. Hello? Okay. We're gonna take some sanity. The ghost creams, the ghost creams, the ghost cream, right? I should probably pay more attention. I am not used to having my sanity on my wrist. I love a good creaming myself. Don't we all, Nepo? Don't we? Told Shana about them and that I wanted to try them, and Shana sits here and is like, that sounds good, I want them. And then I went and got them, and I thought Ghosty had tried them, and that's why they were talking about them, but oh, they're so good. That was some mind-blowing creaming from the ghost, honestly. Ghost in there creaming all over the place, making a mess. Good for it. Only cream I like is cream pie. Missy! Alright. You know what? Good for you. Good for you, Missy. Good for you, Missy. We love someone who knows what they like. And creamy keyboards. Creamy keyboards. You guys, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Where are you?
From behind.
From behind. The ghost is creaming from behind. getting messy. Oh my god, he's creaming more? He really was creaming from behind! My god. That's very trashy. Very trashy of that ghost. Staker, thank you for begging me. It was good for me. I hope it was good for you.
Just subscribed at tier 1.
Nepo, thank you for the tier 1. I heckin' appreciate you. I heckin' appreciate you. Nepo, did you see the sub badge that we're doing for this month for the 5 subs? I drew it. Hold on. I don't know if it shows you guys. So I'll show you guys. Hold on. I don't know if I should like put it somewhere because I don't know if it shows you guys. Saf's got her badge on. Let's go.
Mr. Reconnoiter just resubscribed for 27 months
Mr.
at tier 1.
Thank you for the 27 months. The 27 months. Isn't it cute? I drew it because I was thinking like cafe, a little cup with the whipped cream, rainbow whipped cream,
It
rainbow
is
cup.
advised you immediately.
It's so cute, right?
Mr. Reconnoiter gifted 25 tier 1 subs to the community. Congratulations to the new geists. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
It is advised you immediately.
Mr. Recon, you know that
Cooper's
it's
Charms gifted
Thursday.
5 tier 1 subs to the community. Congratulations to the new geists. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
You know that it's a
Ghosts, we
Thursday,
have a hype
Mr.
train.
Recon. It's only Thursday, currently. It's currently Thursday. Koopy, thank you for the 5 gifted too. I hope you like
Every
your
day
badge.
you wake up above the dirt is a good day.
It's true. It's true. Every day you wake up above the dirt is a good day, Saf. Thank you for the 100 biddies. If you guys got a gifted sub, unless you're lurking, I'm not calling you out of lurk. Please say thank you. Please say thank you. Happy Pride. Happy Pride, guys. Be gay, do crime. Minus, I'm not actually encouraging crime, but you know. Have fun. Be gay, have fun. Woo, Pride. Oh, I love you guys. I'm gay and aspiring to crimes. Yeah. We love it. We love it.
Joseph
Your crime
Anderson
being
gifted a tier
fine.
1
I love
subscription
you.
to the
I love you,
community.
Koopy.
Enjoy
I
your
love you,
stay at
Koopy.
Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Jojo, thank you for the 3 gifted. Thank you for the 3 gifted. He's so sweet. He's so sweet. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. You guys, I love you guys. I love you guys. Seriously, wonderful beans. Seriously, wonderful beans. Mr. Recon, how have you been? How have you been? For me, it's Friday. You know what? You must live in the future, Power.
It is advised you immediately.
Or you're on the East Coast.
To the window, to the wall, till the sweat got down my balls, till all these bitches crawl.
Sullivan gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Congratulations
Sullivan, thank
to
you
the new geists.
for the window
Enjoy
to the
your
wall.
stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
No, you guys are crazy. Sylvan, thank you for the 5 gifted too. Seriously, guys, thank you. If you're getting gifted subs, if you're not lurking, if you're lurking, you're fine. If you're not lurking, say thank you. Finally hit affiliate. Let's go, Mr. Recon. Heckin' deserved. Heckin' deserved. Guys, go follow Mr. Recon, by the way, if you have not. Go follow Mr. Recon, by the way. Listen, it's crazy to me that you weren't already affiliate. I thought you were. So, heckin' deserved. Heckin' deserved. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Cal gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community. Enjoy your stay at Shana's, Sunny Meadows.
Yay, thank you for the gifteds. Thank you, thank you. You guys are so sweet. Finger slipped, gay crime committed. Sylvan. Yeah? Phrasing, Sylvan? Or was that intentional? Or was that intentional? Sylvan. Sylvan, please. Jojo, thank you for the biddies. You guys are insane. We got level 8 hype train. It's a Thursday.
How many times do I have to tell you? We missed you, so just accept us spoiling you.
I'm not good at accepting, but I try.
No, stop giving me money.
I love a good finger slip myself. I love that for you, Nepo. I love that for you, Nepo. Missy, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Recon, what are you streaming next? What are you streaming next? Intentional. I won't clam slam, but I've been hanging out with Jojo, okay? Oh, you won't clam slam, but you'll finger slip. Got it. I'm following. I'm following. Oh, we already know our ghost. Why am I grabbing evidence items? I forgot. Following. Hi, Moon. Ayo, I know. I love that you love that for me. We love an ally. We do. We love our allies. We do. How dare you, Sylvan? I mean, fair, but Scully had something to do with it as well. Are you... Wow. You blaming Scully? You're blaming Scully in this chat? Wow. You're gonna stream tonight? You're doing more Subnautica? We need more parabolic. And a video of the ghost. Look at little Jeff. Look at little Jeff. He's so cute though. He's so cute though. I can't blurp you anymore. You know what? That sounds inappropriate too, Jojo. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Yeah, Moon. Yeah, Moon. The power is in your accent. You'd never cause trouble. Exactly. Exactly. Scully would never. I do have a W community. My community is amazing. I will say that until I am blue in the face, and I'm very, very grateful. Very, very grateful for all of these crazy beans, Nepo. This ghost, on the other hand, is a bitch. It's a bitch. It's a stinky little bitch. Turning the lights off on me. I need a video of it. I need a video of it. Hello, can I get a coffee? This diner sucks. Listen, you can have all the coffee you want in my diner. You can have all the coffee and all the cream. You blurping, stop it, you blurping blurper. I'ma blurp you. How about that, Jojo? How about that, Jojo? Wait. Oh, we had tarot cards. I forgot. No, don't apologize for your wording. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. You guys, listen. As long as we don't violate TOS, we're good. We're good. Right? We're within TOS. We do need, let's get our parabolic first, and then we'll play with the tarot cards. I'd like to see you blurping try. I mean, do you know how many clips I've got of you, Jojo? I blurping could. I blurping could. We love you, Nepo. We love you. Guys, and if you were in Nepo's stream for Nepo's big front page debut and their first slot, because you have a second one, right? The same day that I'm on for the Pride Raid Train. You know. Nepo heckin' killed it. I was so proud of him. I was so proud of him. So proud. Nepo heckin' killed it. And are you still raising money for the Trevor Project right now? What are you at? For unlocking Solven's feralness. We'd love to see it. All I'm hearing is the ghost screaming. It's refusing to speak to me. Ghost, can you stop? Can you? Oh, there we go. Help with what? Did it just say help? I don't want to help you, Cream. I really don't want to. I will pull these tarot cards, though. The Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune. $450, which is so good. So good. Nepo, do you want to drop your link so if anybody wants to donate, they can? No pressure, you guys, but if you want to, you can for the Trevor Project. The Moon. Don't encourage them? What do you mean? The Devil? Oh, she a devil. She a bad little bitch.
Ignore the lies. Shana runs an illegal underground bingo and drops rigging ring. You know we had to do it to M.
I do not. The Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, drop the link for the Trevor Project. Wheel of Fortune. Hangman. Oh my god, it was a fool. The Devil. And I'm out of cards. You were asked to get parabolic, so you did. It was part of my objectives. I had to.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
It's
nightmare.
a spirit. It's a stinky spirit. He's boring. It is creaming all over the place for us. Like, it's literally using every single can of whipped cream in this room. Every single one of them. It is creaming all over the place. This ghost is creaming hard. There's the link. Gonna run the campaign all of June for Pride Month. Let's go! There you go, guys. There you go, guys. If you need to save it for later, for after payday or whatever, do that. But there you go. There you go. Gonna see myself out, please. No, it's the whipped cream. It's creaming. It's using the cans of whipped cream. It needs to event for us so I can get a video. So much easier to get a video when it's not hunting. Is Cream a tell for something? It's a tell for the ghost being naughty. Oh, come on! This is bullying? Where? Where? Call the ghost Ron Screamy? What? What does that even mean? Come on! Show yourself. Believe in yourself. Show yourself. Jojo being a bouncer, not letting me see myself out? No, you're stuck here. You could never leave, remember? I love creaming as much as the next ghost. Just didn't know if it helped you figure out which ghost it is. Unfortunately, no. I wish it did. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, come on! That was... Oh. Please don't spawn on my face. This is gonna be hard. Okay, we got the video. Let's get out of here. Don't spawn hard! No! Oh, Ron Jeremy. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Alright, we got everything. Let's get out of here. Listen, I'm a little slow. I'm a little slow with the jokes. Sometimes. Sometimes. Sorry, Moon. It's me. It's not you.
Are you near? Are you far? Can you give us a sign of where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Can you give us a sign of where are you? Are you
Hydration station.
Are you far? Can you give us a sign of where are you? Are you near? Are you far? Can you give us a sign? Where are you?
I didn't find the bone. I forgot the boner. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. Wow. Wow. Thank you for the doc song, Mr. Recon. How could you forget with all that creaming? Listen, I was distracted by all the creaming. I was distracted by all the creaming. Let's change our evidence to 2. And let's go to Grafton. Must have been a small one. Listen, small ones matter too. Small ones matter too. Practice does make perfect. All cream, no bone. Wow. I don't even know what to say to that, JoJo. I don't even know what to say to that, JoJo. Luke Martin is our next ghost. I've
Dark Dahlia
got so many hours in this game, Nepo. I still get scared, though.
Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Dahlia, thank you for the gifted. I heckin' appreciate you. I heckin' appreciate you. Thank you for paying it forward. That was very sweet of you. That was very sweet of you. Premature creaming. Oh my god. You can retire now? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, look at that clear weather. We've got clear weather at the farmhouse. Wait, are the chimkins back? No. The ghost chimkins are not back. Are they only here when you're dead now or something? Why'd they take away our ghost chimkins? I don't... Well, with the Alan Wake event, there stopped being ghost chimkins unless you were dead. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where they went. Oh, you got bingo. That's why you can retire. I gotta figure out... I'm gonna have to go through Firebot and set some things up so that way it notifies me of some of the alerts and also like bingo and stuff, because I'm not getting some of the alerts in chat that I used to. And also, I still need to swap Firebot. It's just gonna be so much work. Bring the chimkins back. I know. I miss the chimkins. I miss the chimkins. Alright. Note breaker is here. Can still never get the hang of this new map. There's so much stuff. I love the changes they made to this, because they made it really creepy and scary. However, I can see where it can be a little overwhelming for people, because there is a lot of stuff. It's also really hard to find the bone on this map sometimes. It can be harder to find the ghosts. The sanity drain can feel really quick on the map. It's definitely not a map for beginners by any means. I hope we have a doll room ghost. I hope we have a doll room ghost. I think I just heard it throw something. The easiest thing to do on this map is just kind of listen. Is it throwing in here? I think it might be throwing here in the bathroom. Listen really closely. Yeah, because this bathroom's normally warm. For things being thrown, sounds that are out of place. No tarot. Kind of like that. My goodness, this ghost is throwing a lot. And that's gonna be your biggest tell to help you find the ghost on this map. Alright, let's see if we can find our cursed objects really quickly. Listen very closely in the bathroom. You can hear a lot. Last Taco Bell cry, please listen. Listen. If your Taco Bell is doing that to you, maybe you need to rethink your order. Maybe you need to rethink your order. I'm just saying. We should look at our sanity real quick. Hold on. Alright, we're good. Ooh, look, a bone! I'm listening and all I hear is... I see what you did there. See what you did there, Moon. I see what you did there. Stinker. Summoning circle. I'll light 1 candle on my way down. Because I think our other cursed object is the board. Or it could be music box. It's music box. We'll bring music box in case you want to use it. And we'll light 1 candle. That's true. Phasmo can be a lot more fun when you're playing with a group of friends,
Rambo
but
just resubscribed for 15 months at
I enjoy
tier
playing
1.
solo too.
Hey, at work as usual. Have a great stream.
Rambo. Thank you for the 15 months. I hope you're doing well. I hope work is going well. Check out Rambo, guys, if you haven't. I hope work's going well, friendo. Your cat's name is Rambo. It's a cute name. My friends play with friends only for this game. They abandoned me. Oh, that's rude. That's rude. You should get with some people from Discord or something and play, because there's lots of cool people here who play. Get with some people from here who play. I'm sure people will play with you. We need a photo, escape, and prevent a hunt with a crucifix. Easy peasy. All right, we're bringing in a crucifix now. I'm gonna bring a video camera. Let's bring a writing book. Your cat's name is Milk. Honestly, cute name too. We love it. Can't believe it's midnight and I'm still editing videos and I gotta be up at 4. Are you almost done editing? You should probably go to bed soon, Moon. It's okay if you finish your videos later. You can always finish later. You need sleep. You need sleep, friendo. I don't see Orbeez. Still seems to be throwing quite a bit, though. Oh. Is that a potato? Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Graveside. What a heckin' cutie coming in here. What a heckin' cutie. Is that our DVD queen? Our DVD queen coming in
just
here.
raided with 74 views.
Excuse me. Oh my god, and a double raid. A double raid. Were you guys playing together? Or was this unplanned? Guys, if you're not following Maddie, aka Graveside, I need you to change that immediately and hug that button that's at the top of your screen right now. Go show my girl lots of love. Go show her lots of love. Maddie, are you super excited for the DVD event? I'm so jealous. I want to go. I want to go so badly.
Just traded with 8
I'm so
views.
jealous. Please go follow Maddie if you haven't, guys. Done with 1 and it's now rendering and upload to the tubes. Good. I have a cat named Ron. That's so cute. That's so cute. Not great at playing, but I'd be down to play. See, Saf would play with you. Salted, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous, so you can lurk, chat, whatever you feel comfy with. Whatever you feel comfy with. Jojo, welcome in. Nyquist, welcome in. Matilla, welcome in. Hor Loco, welcome in. Also, love the name. Love the name. Only get 2 to 4 hours of sleep as is. That is not enough sleep, I say. Anyway. Guys, please go follow Maddie. Go show Maddie lots of love. Also go show Hor Loco lots of love. It's free. Hug those hearts. Hug those hearts, guys. Go show both of them lots of love. Welcome, welcome. You were playing together. Let's go. Let's go. How are your games tonight? Cinema, welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. When are you both of you streaming next as well? Ron, get off the counter. Ron, stop showing your a-hole to the guests. Oh, God. Wanted to come together. I love that. Well, welcome in, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming over here. For everyone who doesn't know me, I'm Shana. Hi. I am a horror streamer. Phasmophobia is my favorite game, so we play a ton of Phasmo, but it's not the only game we play. I am an official DVD creator. I'm also an official Blumhouse creator and an official Bornless creator. So we play lots of horror, and we just like to have fun, have a good time, get scared. I might seem really like calm right now, very chill right now, but I do in fact scream a lot. So yeah, just be prepared for me to scream, especially if something scares me. So welcome in. We're happy to have you here. Ron Burgundy. Oh my God, that's so cute, Rob. That's so cute. Excited, but also so nervous. You know, Jelly's gonna be there, and so is Jungly. So if you need people to meet up with, you should message both of them if you have not already. If you've not already. Is it the diff of The Last Unicorn? Yes, yes. I love The Last Unicorn. Love The Last Unicorn.
Just rated
huge,
with
huge,
5
huge fan.
views.
Huge fan. So, Sunga, welcome in. Guys, we love Sunga here as well. So if you have not given them a follow, change that. Change that. Go show Songa lots of love. How was your stream, love? Welcome in. Welcome in. Tell us about it when you stream in next. How far into Alan Wake 2 did you get today? Let me know. Thank you so much, Mama. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a good place to be, y'all. I appreciate you, Saf. Blumhouse, oh my God, that's like, it is. When they chose me to be one of the creators, I cried. I cried. I was not expecting to be chosen at all, because I know that there were a lot of people who applied and a lot of people who deserved it, and I don't know why they picked me. But yeah, I was very honored, and I still am. I'm very grateful to be chosen by them. They've got some really cool freaking games out if you have not checked them out. So I do also be a fellow screamer. I know you are, Maddie. I know. A fellow Scream Queen. Absolutely. Shana, side by side, whatever will I do? Close one of them? You definitely don't need both. Done a bad. I'm fixing it now. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Darth. What? Excuse? How dare? Eat? I'm glad you're fixing it, but what happened? Sick day socks and soup. Welcome in. We were here for...
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Yes, we were. I didn't know Jelly was going. I'll have to message her. Yes, I asked her and Jungly. I was like, listen, that escape room, I need you to get together and please do it together for me, because I want to do it so badly, and obviously I can't go. So maybe you can join up with them to do the escape room if you don't already have people to do it with, because hopefully they're going to be doing it together. Hopefully. God, on Raid and Lurk, I dropped a thing. Oh no, please, Songa, go do what you gotta do. I appreciate you. I take no responsibility for this. I love it. Listen. Pride train, nice. Yeah. I'm super excited to be a part of it. I don't often do like raid trains and stuff, so I'm very excited to take part in the Pride raid train this year. Very excited. Saf, you're so sweet. Shana being a bottom. Yeah, what's new? Thank you, Jojo. Thank you, Jojo. Please. Oh, God. Dakota, enjoy that sanity. Oh my god. If anybody wants to participate, by the way, we are playing bingo. Grab yourselves a bingo card. You can also participate in the ghost guessing. Yeah, lots of fun stuff. Lots of fun stuff. We every month keep track of bingos, give out prizes, stuff for that. So very fun. And the ghost guessing, we just keep track of it and then see who got the most ghosts right at the end of the month for fun as well. So, thank you for the bookies, Jojo. He blurps you too. Who doesn't he blurp? Who doesn't he blurp at this point, Mantilla? Please eat and take care. No, Jojo needs to. Darth needs to. Jojo needs to take care of himself too. But mostly in the sleep category. She says, definitely not talking about herself too. Going to bed. Night. Good night, Missy. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for hanging out with us. Get some sleep, Matilda. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you, thank you. Guys, seriously, please go show lots of love to all of our raiders. And yeah, thank you guys for choosing me. If you guys need a post-stream self-care raid run, all that jazz, go do what you need to do. Go do what you need to do. It through the writing book, it looks like. Hello, I would like to... Oh my god, the collision. The collision! Please, let me check the other side of the door! Ah! Okay, I don't see any UV. It threw it again. Okay, I get it. You didn't write in the book, okay? That's fine. I really don't care. Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old? Oh, you turned off. Okay. Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak?
An elderly victim.
Oh, he's an elderly victim. I see. That's why he's pitching a fit. Got it. He's an elderly victim, you guys. Oh, God. Ghost is pitching a fit. Understood. Let me make sure it didn't write in it before it threw it. Okay, no. So, no writing, but we have spirit box. We can't roll out writing, though, because we're doing 2 evidence now. Here's our options. Here's our options currently. All right. Oh my goodness. Them old people always complain even after death. I know! What's up with that? What's up with that? Jojo single-handedly making dodgy content on streams. I mean, Jojo might be the blurp king. He might be, honestly. We need to double check UV just because UV be tinky these days. I just don't trust UV. And also, I don't think it can be Obake. No, it can't. It could be Mimic. Gotta double check Orbeez. Orbeez also be tinky these days. So, what's up with airline food? Is this gonna be a dad joke? Well, I don't know, Moon. What's up with airline food? You wanna tell me? What's up with airline food, Moon? I'm afraid to ask. Bingo takes a second to update. Can't click Ghost Throw's book. Jojo is in charge of bingo. Jojo has to pick the number, and then you'll be able to. It'll highlight it for you, and you'll be able to. Or a mod, basically. A mod will do it. It doesn't necessarily have to be Jojo. But usually it's Jojo. Okay. What's our second piece of evidence? Is it gonna be dots? Stepped in the salt. Okay, I get it. You don't want to give me your signature. Okay, you keep throwing the book. It's fine. No, you're fine, Saf. You're fine. You're fine. If it doesn't get called by the end of the round, let me know what number it is, and I will check it, and I'll put it in. Usually that's what we do. I don't see Orbeez still. No Orbeez still. Could this be a glory hole? No, it could be a Galu, though. Ooh, should we see if it steps in another thing of salt? Oh, I already put the salt down. Okay, there's more. Let's see if it steps in another thing of salt. It did! It's not a Galu. Not a Galu. So that's good. Let's check temps again. Not quite freezing. Female ghost, right? I believe so. Oh no, it's a male ghost. Not a Diane. Not a Banshee. Alright. Oh. Did it just... I think it just turned the breaker on. Or am I crazy? It just got bright in here? I think it just turned the breaker on. So if Hantu was an option, it couldn't be a Hantu. But Hantu... Hello, sir. Hantu is not an option. Sorry. I don't know. That startled me. Okay. It's fine. Everything's fine, you guys. Don't worry about it. This ghost is not. I bet it's frickin' dots! Dots! I knew it! That's what I was about to say! Deogen, Phantom, Wraith, Yokai. It can't be a Wraith. It stepped in the salt. Are you a Deogen? Oh my god. If you need to change your ghost guess, feel free to change your ghost guess. It could be a Wraith, or it could be a Phantom. It could be a Yokai. Are you a Yokai? I'm gonna give you guys a second to change your ghost guesses, and then we're gonna do some testing. And we're gonna figure out what this ghost is. Phantoms can follow you all over the house. Doesn't matter what floor you go to. A Deogen, if it hunts, will be very, very easy to figure out based on its speed. Phantoms will be easily recognizable because of their blinks. And Yokai, well, we all know about our friend the Yokai, right? We all know about our friend the Yokai who turned off the breaker. Have we had a shadow event? Yes. Tonight? Yes. This game in particular, no. Need to get some sleep now. Everybody please stay hydrated, eat, take medicine, stretch, etc. And of course, remember you are always loved. Nepo, you're so cute. No, you. We love you, Nepo. Get some good sleep. Get some good sleep, get some good rest. Alright, let's leave both of those there. Oh, I'm kind of excited that we have a music box, because if this is a yokai, the music box is a cool trick for the yokai as well. I learned from Cooper's reel that the yokai actually has a new feature intentionally that they've added where most ghosts you can get within I forget how many meters it is, but it's further. I think it was like 5 meters of the ghost or something like that. You know what? I'm gonna put it over here so we can see all of the motion sensors. All of the motion sensors. In case it decides to come up these stairs. Hold on. Actually, I'm gonna find her reel and show you guys. Because that would actually be kind of cool. Instagram. Go make some coffee, Jojo. Go do it. Cooper. Okay, here we go. We're gonna watch Cooper's reel about this. Wait, did that just go off? Did that motion sensor next to me just go off, you guys? I couldn't see it. Oh, I did just call you Jojo. Listen. It's because your name's Pink. And you both start with a J. And most of the time, I don't read your full names. I do it all the time. I do it all the time, Muskin. Gonna lick the curb? Don't do that, Whippy. Sorry, Muskin. Sorry. It did? This might be a phantom. Which is a little concerning because I left both of the crucifixes downstairs. I'm gonna go grab one of them. Whatever floats your boat. Whatever floats my boat and tickles my pickle. Oh, it's been eating these. It's been hungry. We're in a no judgment zone. I don't know. I feel like I get judged here a lot, Saf. I feel like I get judged a lot. I'm just saying. Okay. Let's watch this. Oh. Never mind. Let's go back to the game. This is not a Diogen. This is a phantom. Oh, we got lucky there. With where it ended its hunt. But do we need a ghost photo? Yeah, no. Okay, I'll use a summoning circle. I might die, but I'll try. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys this though. Hold on. Why couldn't we hear it? Browser. I don't know why we can't hear it. Oh. Okay.
Okay, let's lure it over, and we'll see if it's able to keep track of me here. Nope. All right. Definitely very obvious what this ghost is right here. I'm gonna go stand over here. Now we walk towards
If this
our
was a
ghost.
yokai, we could have done this.
We had to
See
get
how close
so
she had to get to
close.
the ghost room?
We were practically in the room with that yokai. Yeah, so
The
with the
ghost room
music
was the
box in a
bathroom.
yokai, they fixed it to where you have to bring your music box within 2.5 meters of the ghost, as opposed to 5 meters for every other ghost.
So I did say 5, right? I did say 5. I think I did. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So basically, you have to be almost right on top of the ghost with the music box for a yokai. But every other ghost is basically like the distance of a player, the typical 5 meters. So kind of cool. Kind of cool, right? We're gonna go light this summoning circle. We may die for this photo for you guys, but we're gonna try. If we had a charge left on our crucifix, this would be fine. We do not. You know, some of us may die, as the quote goes. Oh, we already have one lit. Look at that. 1, 2. We don't want to be in the middle when we're done. And some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. More like, I may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make for content. Where'd you go? Bruh. Bruh. You know, we're just a skinny legend over here. We're a skinny legend. We've been on a diet. Did the photo count? It should have. Yep, look at that. And you can't see him in the photo too, so this is a perfect tell for a phantom. If you can't see them, ooh, oh god, it's dark. It's dark as fuck. If you can't see them in your ghost photo or your video, and you're the host specifically, it's phantom. What if I was there and Scully asked you to do it? I'd do anything for Scully. Anything. Things you do for your faithful audience? Exactly. Exactly, Orion.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs
But I
ready
love
for
you guys. I'd do anything for you guys, man. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous, so you can lurk or chat, whatever you feel comfy with. Whatever you feel comfy with. Alright. So, we could probably have time for one more. And you know what? I'm gonna let you guys pick the map. So, if you want to do exclamation point drop plus your favorite emote, if you land with the high score, you can pick our map. Gotta land with that high score though. Sorry, I'm fixing something really quickly. Where is my button? Aha. There it is. Oh, the female Pikachu? I wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking somewhere else. I was looking somewhere else trying to get something to work. Oh, Jojo, you did try. You did try. You did try. I just wasn't looking. I just wasn't looking. Did I tell you I got a photo of a phantom, which didn't count because the phantom was clearly shown in the dots? Wow, that's so stinky. That's so stinky, Jojo. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So we had Jojo land with a 22, Moon with a 70, Dakota with a 19. So, our high score was Moon. Moon, for our final game of the night, where would you like us to go? Yeah, you do need that. Can you put it in my to-do stuff? From the mods in Discord? If it's not already there. I need to mark it as unread if it's already there. You like the diner? We can go back to the diner. I'm cool with that. We love the diner. I just gotta chill. Don't ask what that was about. You say somebody stepped on your grave in the future. I want to be cremated though, so I don't know what that's about. Maybe somebody stepped on it in the past, or a past life, and I wasn't cremated in a past life. Gonna order breakfast and eggs? Do it. What are you getting? I love ordering breakfast, or when somebody makes me breakfast. I just like when somebody else cooks for me. Let's be honest with ourselves. Because I don't be cooking for myself. I don't be cooking for myself. I mean, somebody snorted my ashes, please. Imagine. Imagine. That would be wild. I don't see tarot. That's so unfortunate. Maybe, though. Maybe it's just hiding. Maybe it's just hiding. I'm not gonna lie. I do miss our shadow men. Our shadow cultists. I feel like they really made the game extra spoopy, you know? They added a little extra something something. How dare you turn the breaker off already? This is not a gen. I don't know where she is. Oh, she's right there. To our game. However, this might be our ghost room. I can't tell if it's getting colder. I feel like the game is running a lot better since they're not here. Is this ghost following us? Oh, it didn't turn the breaker off. The breaker's on. It just turned the lights off. And then it evented. Never mind, it still could be a gen. Don't roll out, Jen. We do have tarot! Oh my god. There is a Phasmo god? Temps are kind of high. Added an extra layer of spoopiness, right? Especially if you were like accidentally standing inside of one. Yes, please. Yes, please, Jojo. Oh. Who lost their jaw this time? Whose jaw was that? Welcome back, Miskin. We've got a job for you. J-Man, how are you? I am doing well. Doing well overall. It's been, you know, life's been trying me. It's been trying me. But you know what? We're here with some of the best people, i.e. you guys. I'm happy to be here. Where is this ghost throwing things and doing things? Temps are not low anywhere. But it truly is kind of doing... Oh, I just broke a light? It's doing the most everywhere. Sanity is about 75. Job was on the floor. You in chat too beautiful. Please, back at you, Saf. Wish I could pet Vodka. She's so cute. I guess I'll pet my doggo instead. You give your doggo pets from Vodka. Give them from Vodka. Back-to-back events? Yeah, this ghost is a little spicy. Spicy child. Where the heck is this ghost room? I don't even know. Temps didn't seem significantly low in the freezer. I just don't know, you guys. Wait, where was it 16 just now? I mean, I guess it could be the hallway, yeah? Maybe it's just because it's wandering so much, taking its time to get lower. Oh, it's this bathroom. Maybe? I think it's this bathroom. I think it's the bathroom. I think it's this bathroom right here. I'm fairly certain. You guys are cute. You guys are cute. I lost it when I heard Sylvan speaking French. Ooh. Listen, I love when Sylvan speaks French. I like when Sylvan speaks German too, though. I mean, honestly, Sylvan can just speak in another language to me, period. Scully can speak to me in another language too, though. Honestly, just like, you guys just talk to me. It's fine. Just, you know, it's fine. It wasn't just you that lost. Oh, everybody losing their jaws. Damn. I think we just got orbs and a double door touch. And a duplicated evidence. Stinky. Stinky McStinkerson. Here, this ghost is gonna end up hunting on my face. Just you watch. Just you watch. I'm ready for it. I'm bracing myself. I'm bracing myself for the face hunt. Next time I'll read ingredients. Oh my god, can I listen? Can I be involved in this? Door moved, ghost orbs. Yep, we have orbs. Evidence, dance, and she dance. You're not helping? I didn't know that was my job to help. Go minute. Go minute. Ads in 3. Are we out of snoozes? Okay. Whenever ads start, I will put myself in the van so you guys don't miss anything. I like when Sylvan speaks. Don't we all? Don't we all? Yeah, Sylvan has a really nice accent. Heard of sitting, but hunting on face, that's just a whole new thing. Not with me. These ghosts love to hunt on my face. They love it. They die for it. They live for it. I die for it. Oh, poopy water! Let's get rid of this duplicate here. No, that's okay. You don't have any snoozes left. That's fine.
Solven gifted a tier 1 subscription to just_Muskin. Enjoy
Solven,
your stay at Shana's Sunny
I
Meadows.
appreciate you. I appreciate you. Ghosts love spawning inside of me. Same though. Same though. It's like their, you know, their hobby or something. I don't know. I want to say hello properly. Is that how a ghost says hello? Is that how this works? I was unaware. I was unaware of this this custom. Now I know. Now I know about the custom. Is this how I'm supposed to say hello to people? I just spawn inside of them? Hello? I don't know if it's just my end. What's wrong? My merch stuff. Oh, no. Okay. I will have to fix that. It's probably not just you. It's probably something I need to fix with the URL. It's probably the URL. Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old? Are you French? Are you pizza? Are you Lisa? Are you sexy? Alright. Let's go get some more things. There's a dreadnought in the chat. You can see pics on the website. I think it's just the overlay, maybe. I'll have to look and see what the issue is, though, because I'm not sure. Might just need to update the URL, though. Parabolic and repel. It threw the book, so I'll double check our book to see if we have writing or not. Probably not. But ads. Oh, ads time. Thank you, Jojo. All right. While we're in ads, let's just do a little drop for fun. Hello. And we'll do some words too. It is continue, right? Yeah. I cannot see the words on stream, so hold on, let me make it so I can participate. There we go. Not that I'm gonna be much help, but I can try. I can try. Ooh, Jojo and I caught the dreadnought. Uh-oh, did Miskin rob you with a word? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I almost put lobotomy instead of lobotomy. That's an N, not an M, Shannon. I got nothing. I got nothing else, guys. Can we get 69? What is what, hold on. What is it? I gotta look. I gotta look. This is a Christian Minecraft server. We can't do that here. 69 is... Yeah, you can call that.
Ghosts.
That's fine.
We have a hype train.
You can call that. What? Why are we hype training? What happened? Was that delayed from the gifted? Thank you.
Warning.
Thank you.
Warning. No cursing in this Christian Minecraft server. Warning.
Oh no, we didn't make it.
Warning.
Really?
This is not a test.
That is such bullshit. Bullshit. Oh, Jojo, I see you added add a swan to the Phasmophobia queue is for like if we have a roleplay, or if we have somebody uses, when you look at the bits, the choose my map or stop, drop, and apocalypse, so we can add it there, and I know that I have to do it. And I don't lose track. Okay. No, it's okay. Don't apologize. I just wanted to make sure. You knew. Yeah. All good. I know that section's like all new and stuff, so all good. Jojo's Jojo's a sweetheart. That's why. But I just want to make sure that like he knows that it's fine. It's all good. It's all good. I just appreciate that I have amazing people here. Oh, the ghost turned the light on. Amazing people here helping me. Like, it's freaking not even necessary, you know what I mean? Like, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that. Let alone that Jojo's going the extra mile to do even more unnecessary things that he doesn't have to. Double salt step here. Double salt step. It's not going to give us writing. There's no UV. It hasn't given us EMF 5 yet. I'm going to check temps again. Just to see. Where are you? Where are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? It's not talking to us right now. Where are you? How old are you? Hello? Where are you? How old are you? We're not getting freezing. Come on, ghost. Is this... Wait, could it be... Do glory holes have... No. Do they have dots? Or not dots? No? It's gotta be like EMF 5 and we're missing it, right? Or maybe Dots. I don't know. Let's just watch Dots for a minute. We've got a crucifix down, so... Welcome back. Saf, get some good rest. Really? Wow. You know, okay. Alright. Ghost. That's just rude. Let's go get some candles, I guess, and light up the hallway with that, since the ghost decided that we don't need to see. It's fine. Why is this child so spicy? I've never seen such a spicy child in my life. That's a lie. Probably have, but... It's not a merit. Turn the light on. I'm bringing these in here, and this little hoe could be an Onryo. Watch, it probably is. My luck. What's wrong, Ghosty? What's wrong? What's with that face? You're tired. Ghosty, you got the eeps. You got the eeps. Bathroom has seen some heavy use and greasy stuff. Please, welcome back, Rob. Welcome back. Let me turn that on. We got somewhere to hide in there. I don't think... Yeah, we don't have hiding there. We also... Oh, we've got hiding right there, but... Okay. We could stand here for sanity. I've had ghosts be in a room like that and with the dots up, and then it does its dots like behind the door frame, which is so stinky. It just blew out the candle in the hallway to the left. It blew out one right there as well. Got an EMF there. Ooh, is the test for Onryo? I think it might. I think it might still be broken if we light our candles on the floor. I think they have not fixed that. So we gotta light it in our hand. Oh my god. Before the animation starts. There we go. There we go. Might curl in bed with my book. I don't blame you. It just blew out beside us again. Haven't heard anything about a fix yet. Yeah, I haven't either. Just do that again. No EMF yet. There's dots. Yep. Yep. What did I say? Banshee, Raiju, Thay, Yurei, or Yokai? Well. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is giving Banshee vibes. Let's see if we get a scream. The way it was kind of following us around. There's a giggle. I feel like I should put one of those crucies under my feet. And it's singing now. Any ghost can do a singing event. Banshees are more likely. Banshees are technically more likely. Yeah, we've only got 2 evidence now. We only got 2 evidence now, Miskin. Likes that door. JoJo is the best. I'm on here and on YouTube because you trust me and I care about you and your community. I call bingo for Phasmo for the same reason. I'm gonna be here anyway, so it makes sense. I appreciate you, JoJo. I hope you know that. And I heckin' adore you. I heckin' adore you. JoJo is the best. Sade? What about Sade? You think it could be a Sade? I mean, it's been following us everywhere and eventing in so many places. Oh, you mean before the dots? Yeah. That is not a banshee sound. It does sound like it could be, though. I always feel like I'm more likely to get the banshee sound with the recorder than I am the paramic. I don't know if anybody else feels that way. Yeah, they did put out some hot fixes for a few things, I think, Rob. JoJo will have to let us know if any of them worked. Oh, you said all ghosts can do singing events, and I thought Shades couldn't. Correct. Shades are the only ghosts that cannot do singing events. I didn't think about that. But you're correct. Yeah, Shades can't do singing events. You're correct. Unless they've changed it, Shades cannot. Shades didn't used to be able to, anyway. Twig was saying stuff was fixed. Does Twig play on console? Or anybody in her community does? That have tested it? This is the first time I've played in a while that Spirit Box has just straight worked for me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's been so many times that with Spirit Box, I'm like using it and I have to window key, and it just doesn't work properly. So whatever change they've made with the voice stuff, it's working well for me. They fixed the soft locking when using the input. They said it was for all controller users. Okay. Yeah, I saw that they had fixed it, or said they'd fixed it, but I didn't know anybody who'd actually been able to test it, so. We're not getting a scream. There's a few other ways we can test this. It's a little bit challenging on this map, I feel, because it's small. And it's the same way you can kind of test with a phantom. It does the same wandering thing where you can track the motion sensors. I just don't know that it's fully trustworthy. I don't know that it's fully trustworthy with the size of this map. Oops. I blew our breaker. That's okay. We're going to take these and put it here, because we're going to set up to pull tarot cards. These. We're going to grab some motion sensors too. Oh, you're totally fine, Sylvan. Don't even with me. Don't even with me, boo. You're totally fine.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
No, you,
nightmare,
Twilight.
nightmare,
Love you.
nightmare.
Guys, if you're not following one of my best friends and one of our leaders, our newest leader, but one of our leaders on Nightmare Network, the lovely, lovely Twyla Verge. Change that. Go follow her. You won't regret it.
Jingle, jingle, pay attention. Pay attention.
Yeah, just our last one, Ghosty. Thank you for the reminder. You guys will love Twyla. I'm gonna hold on to that smudge right there. Twyla's incredible. Twyla's incredible. How dare you event on me at the front door? I'm leaning Banchois. Gonna go ahead and take some sanity meds before we pull those tarot cards, just to keep it from hunting on my face as we go in with these. How are you tonight, Twyla? How are you feeling? Alright, I'm gonna put one here, one here, so we can track its movement. And I'm actually gonna put one over here too. We've got 2 smudges in our hand. Death. It's not a Raiju, not a thing. Too close for me to go after the test for yokai right now. Not a yokai. It's either a banshee or a yurei, you guys. It's a pretty blue, Twyla. Alright, let's see. I swear to God, if this is a yurei. Wheel of Fortune. Moon. Tower. Death. I remember you having that blue, Twyla. I remember. It was like dubstep ghost. Oh my god. What was that sound? What did it just move? Did you guys hear that? It sounded like it slid. Like a sliding door somewhere. What was that? What was that? Ghost sounds like it's wearing heels. Oh my god. Wheel of Fortune red. Have we seen, I wish I'd been paying closer attention to the doors. We haven't seen a Yurei door shut or open, have we? Necessarily. I don't think so. I could be wrong. We weren't exactly paying super close attention to the doors. Could be wrong. Could be wrong, though. There was a door shut when I went outside and came back, but I mean, if we didn't see it happen, it's hard to say, you know? That was definitely a wander. I mean, technically any ghost, it's singing again. It's singing again. Going back to its room. Wheel of Fortune green. You hate Yureis and yokais, so don't trust you. I mean, it's not a yokai. We tested that. Hermit. It's trapped and we're out. Okay, let's listen. Let's listen. There's our answer. I was gonna say, let's listen 30 seconds. As soon as we pick it up. As soon as we picked it up. How long were we listening on that damn thing before and it wouldn't talk to us? Wow. Wow. Like I said, I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but I'm convinced the recorder, you are more likely to get a banshee scream than you are with the paramic. I don't know if there's actual data for that, but I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I don't know if anybody else feels that way. It's a banshee. It's a banshee. A little stinker banshee. Thank you for the clip, Jojo. You think that too? I don't know. Wow.
Welcome back. I've prepared some
There we
jobs
go.
for you.
There we go, friends. I don't use those mic things. Sometimes it's an objective. So if you want to get your objective, you need to, right? The mics can also be really useful on like bigger maps for helping you find your ghost room, listening to the ghost from farther away to help figure out what it is, like listen to the speed, stuff like that. But what a stinking little stinker, right? Thank you guys for hanging out with me. This was a good time. This was a good time. You did survive the whole stream. You did in fact survive the whole stream. And I know who I would like to raid. It is in fact somebody's birthday today who we're gonna go raid. So it's an easy choice for me. Easy choice for me today. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys being patient with me taking 500 years and taking a few days off this is a really hard time of year for me with like migraines and everything. And I usually try and push through if I can, but the head's been hurting. It's been sucking all the energy that I have out of me. And I've just been really overwhelmed with like work and everything on top of that. So thank you for understanding. If you're not on the socials, you're not in the Discord, please join so that way you're always in the know on what's going on. Also, going to be pushing out more content as we go through. If you haven't seen the latest video, go check it out. Leave a like, leave a comment. Those things do help me out a lot. Please go say hi to all the raiders who showed us lots of love, because, you know, we heckin' appreciate that. If you haven't checked your bingo cards, check your bingo cards. You might have bingo and not even know it. Right? Looks like we have quite a few bingo winners, yeah? So we should be good there. And we're gonna go show the lovely Morgan lots of love for her birthday. So when we get over there, you can copy whichever raid message you prefer, but make sure to tell her happy birthday as well. Okay? So tell her happy birthday. Tell her she's amazing. I'll be back tomorrow night. We're gonna play some DBD tomorrow night, and probably do both some killer, maybe some survivor. I probably will do some open lobbies, so if you guys want to join and play survivor with me, you can. Oh, what did you redeem, Rob? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, we'll refund it. I'm sorry, Rob. We were getting ready to raid out. I apologize. But yeah, thank you guys for all the love. Thank you for everything. I heckin' appreciate you all. And I'll see you tomorrow night, okay? Check out all the friends. All the friends! I love your faces. Be kind to yourselves. Do something nice for you. Seriously, I love your faces, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, okay? Good night, guys. Bye, everybody!
Lights down low, loading in the scene. Heartbeat racing on the starting screen.